Chapter 800. Clang, clang, clang. It was the sound of bottles rolling on the marble floor, because it was absolutely safe in Blazing Hot Lips Bar. As someone who had an unusual relationship with Lucifer, Bucky didn't even need to be afraid of anyone who wanted to catch him. Although this was a more dangerous place, as long as he didn't lose the remaining 2 wishes he got from Lucifer, everything was fine. As the sponsor of Blazing Hot Lips, although the real employees didn't like him very much, he still received a lot of normal service. In this respect, Lucifer was quite generous. In a private room, Bucky's body was lying on the floor. He had a splitting headache. After talking with Lucifer last night, he really drank a lot, so he didn't know how many times he had done it. He struggled to remove a woman's arm around his neck. The woman, who was only wearing a short skirt, turned over and went back to sleep. Bucky rubbed his forehead and staggered to his feet. He glanced at the time. It was only 11:00 in the morning. He felt like the taste was about to crack. He really drank too much. He even had symptoms of retching. The wine here at Lucifer's was very special. It could make people drunk and forget all their troubles. Bucky saw Coach Cage, the guy who helped him escape. At this time he looked even worse. His mouth was even gnawing on the chest of a woman whose hair covered her face. Bucky frowned and walked in front of Cage, but he didn't want to wake him up. Instead, he grabbed the hair of the woman Cage was hugging and pulled it hard. This quickly woke the woman up with a start. The woman, who was woken up in this way, seemed to be angry. The moment she opened her eyes, her green eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light. She opened her mouth to Bucky. It was a row of teeth that could even be described as saw-like, as sharp as a great white shark's teeth. The woman roared at Bucky. Her mouth opened in an instant, like the incredible enlargement in a mirror. Bucky's frown deepened. He pinched his nose and looked at the angry woman. Perhaps she couldn't be called a woman at this time. Banshee. Bucky muttered the name of this creature in his heart until the banshee closed her bloody mouth. He said disdainfully, "Eat me if you dare. Let's see what your queen will do to you. I am the contractor of your queen." The demoness was like a stray cat that had been stepped on. She jumped up onto the table, landed on all fours, and put on a ferocious posture towards Bucky. But in the end, under Buggy's gaze, the demoness seemed to wake up from the anger of being woken up, and then slowly walked down from the table. Her teeth were no longer sharp, her expression was no longer ferocious, and she had once again become a hot girl with an outstanding appearance and figure. She even approached Bucky, leaned on his chest, and said, "You're so annoying. I haven't woken up yet. Didn't I tell you to give me some normal women? What are you doing here?" Bucky stared coldly at the provocative beauty in front of him. This banshee was a monster that specialized in sucking the essence of men. Bucky was absolutely unwilling to touch it. Therefore, it must be because he was drunk last night, and this woman sneaked in quietly. "I didn't touch you. I just helped your friend to have fun." The banshee giggled and gently pushed Bucky away. Then she bit her finger and made a seductive posture. "Of course, if you want. I don't want to die early." Bucky glanced at the banshee coldly and then looked at Coach Cage's appearance. This guy was much more haggard than yesterday, and his face was very ugly at this time. The banshee shrugged and no longer had a seductive posture. She turned around and walked out of the door. Bucky looked at her back. There was a black, slender tail swinging casually in the air behind her back. He wanted to say something, but stopped. There was no doubt that Lucifer, who had given him 3 wishes and had not aged for decades, was definitely a witch. Perhaps she came from hell, so she had a servant like a banshee. During the day, the bar was not open. Those hired ordinary employees were not there, so the remaining real employees were naturally a little relaxed. Although it could not be said that they had revealed their true colors, it would definitely make people who saw them doubt their lives. Bucky walked to the door and slammed it a few times, startling several figures in the middle of the bar's dance floor. "The people I brought are about to wake up. Can you hide for a while? Sorry to bother you. Let me eat it." A lazy voice sounded from the corner. I think I can suck the essence again. It was the voice of the banshee who had gone far away. Buggy, believe it or not, I will eat you too. How dare you wake me up? It was a slightly angry voice. Believe it or not, I will use the second wish and let Lucifer burn you one by one? Buggy suddenly shouted angrily. How dare you? You are not afraid of death. It was still an angry voice. Even if I use one wish to deal with you, I can still have one left. I won't die, but you will all die. Buggy said fiercely. So, you'd better not provoke me. Get in, don't do it here. Hissing, roaring, screaming. Several different voices sounded at the same time, and then they were suppressed in an instant. Finally, peace was restored. The few figures on the dance floor could no longer be seen. Only the mixed smell of alcohol, cigarettes, and perfume was left. Buggy closed the door again at this time, and then leaned against the door. He swallowed, but his legs were trembling slightly. I'm scared to death. What if they really charge at me and bite me a few times? After a long time, Buggy calmed down. He thought of the time when he was in the Imperial Capital Command. Those guys at the same level as him all called him a coward behind his back. Humph! If these guys knew that he had the guts to shout at a group of banshees and demons, what would their expressions be? Humph! Humph! With a sigh, Buggy took out a brand new mobile phone that he asked Lucifer's men to prepare last night, and then called his men. His foundation was not here, but somewhere else. He was just sentenced, and then he was imprisoned in this place. Of course, he was actually more willing to go back to prison, and not like here, where he had no choice but to escape from prison as he was now. Have you arrived? Well, wait for me at the designated place. I'll be there later. Buggy quickly turned off the phone, and then breathed a sigh of relief. After meeting up with his men who came to pick him up, he should think about what to do next. Luo Jia, you really got me into trouble. Buggy sighed. He then walked to Cage, picked up a glass of water with half a cup of strange liquid from the table. He didn't know what it was, and poured it directly on Cage's face. Coach Cage was stimulated and slowly woke up. At this time, he just felt unusually tired, and his reaction was slow. He had completely forgotten what happened last night. Boss Buggy? Wake up right now. We have to leave this place, Buggy said directly. Cage looked at Buggy doubtfully, and his memory gradually became clear. He was now helping Buggy, an extremely serious criminal, to escape from prison, when he thought that he was just a driver of a prison van. But now he had become an accomplice of helping a criminal escape, and that his iPhone screen had been smashed by Buggy. Cage directly entered the mode of life. In short, he was in a bad mood. It's over, it's over, it's over. This time I'm dead for sure. I'm dead. Cage held his head and groaned in pain. You won't die. Buggy snorted at this time, and then wiped his mouth and swallowed. How much can you earn in a month by driving a prison van? Follow me in the future, and I promise you will only die in 2 situations. What 2 situations? Cage asked subconsciously. Buggy said indifferently, the first, die under my bullets if you dare to betray me. Cage shrunk his neck and trembled. Then what's the second one? Buggy smiled. The second one, if you don't betray me, then you will only die in the belly of a woman. Follow me. Even if she is a big star, I can still make her sleep with you. Cage was stunned and asked confusedly, Boss Buggy, why? You saved me, Buggy said indifferently, and I never owe anyone a favor, so I'll repay you in my own way. Then don't point at me with a knife. That's right, at this time, Buggy was holding a fruit knife that he had picked up from the table when he picked up the cup just now. Cage felt that the future was very bleak, and he almost cried out. He followed Buggy out of the room with a bitter face. At this time, a woman in a black spaghetti strap dress walked towards them. She was so beautiful that Cage could barely breathe. She slowly walked in front of the 2 of them. Charlotte? What's the matter? Buggy frowned. Charlotte smiled at this time. Nothing. I just divined for you last night. Your action today won't be very smooth, and it will be a little dangerous. So I advise you, maybe you can stay for a few more days." Buggy frowned and stared at Charlotte for a long time with uncertainty. "Is it only dangerous? Isn't it enough?" Charlotte smiled faintly. "As long as you won't die." Buggy threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it directly, and then walked past Charlotte. "My luck has always been good. Cage, if you don't want to die, follow me, don't be in a daze." Cage could only reluctantly withdraw his gaze and follow Buggy, mainly because Buggy pointed at him with a knife again. "By the way, she asked me to tell you something," Charlotte said again. Buggy frowned. "What did she say?" "If, in the future, someone claiming to be from Michael Club comes to you, you should stay as far away as possible," Charlotte said indifferently. "Michael Club? What's that?" Buggy was stunned. "Maybe there's someone similar to her in there. What do you think?" Charlotte said indifferently. Buggy frowned. "One Lucifer is hard enough to deal with if there are more." He quickly shook his head and waved his hand impatiently. "Got it." The door of Flaming Hot Lips was open somehow, and the sunlight outside pierced in, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Cage followed Buggy all the way out. He couldn't help but look back at the extremely seductive woman. But at this time she was shrouded in shadows, and he could only see the woman's delicate, snow-white legs and black high heels. F***ck. I drank too much last night. Buggy rubbed his head again, feeling like he was being roasted by fire if he stayed outside for one more second. At this time, Cage suddenly ran to Buggy and took a deep breath. "Boss Buggy, I want to play with 10 female students." I'll follow you." "Useless," Buggy snorted. "At least 50. "Idiot." 50. Cage opened his eyes wide, as if he had heard the gospel from heaven. Outside the laboratory of the municipal First Hospital, Song Howren walked out quickly with a file bag in his hand. He was silent until he came to the underground garage and got in the car. Then a smile appeared between his eyebrows. The phone was ringing. Soon it was connected, and his father, Song Tianyu, asked, How is it the result?" Song Howren rarely heard Song Tianyu's anxious tone, since he was sensible. Song Howren didn't joke with his father as usual, but said softly, "His surname is Song." "Really?" That was a voice that was hard to suppress and extremely excited. Song Howren could even imagine how excited his father, who was thousands of miles away, was at this moment. For example, he directly jumped up from the chair. "It can't be wrong," Song Howren said seriously. "I personally took the hair, including the roots, and it's very complete. I watched the whole process of the test and comparison. The report is already in my hands. Father, congratulations, you finally found the descendant of Uncle. He's also your relative." Song Tianyu's voice was still excited, but also relieved. "God bless us. It's really God's blessing. We finally found the descendant of our Song family. Found it. His father's voice gradually softened and finally returned to silence. Song Howren silently accompanied him. Suddenly, Song Tianyu said, "Howren, it's almost the new year, right?" Song Howren said subconsciously, "Isn't the new year already over? Today is the 5th of January. Song Tianyu said softly, "I'm talking about our new year, the Lunar New Year. You can bring him back. We'll have a meal together as a family. Let me take a good look at him. I know what to do." Song Howren nodded. "There's one more thing." Song Tianyu suddenly stopped, and his voice suddenly became a little different. Song Howren sharply caught the change in his father's emotions and frowned. "There's one more thing?" Song Tianyu coldly said, "My Song family is not a family that can be bullied by just anyone. I'll immediately ask a big sister in the country to help me investigate who killed my poor nephew Luo Chi back then, and whether there's anyone behind him. If there is." Chapter 801. It was 3 hours later than the agreed time with his men, but Buggy still hadn't shown up. Because of this, the few subordinates who rushed over from the distant headquarters overnight to provide support had long become extremely impatient. However, no matter how they tried, they couldn't get in touch with their boss. They didn't dare to leave without permission, but they couldn't just wait like this. They had to at least get a little clue to make sure that their boss Buggy didn't encounter any accidents on his way here. "I've already peed 2 bottles. Who told you to drink so much? Also, can you throw the bottles away? The smell reminds me of the smell my mother used to have when she was herding cattle on the farm. Bastard." Thus, someone disdainfully got out of a gray-white van with 2 bottles in his hand. At the same time, in the distance, 2 pairs of eyes were also watching this scene. The owners of the eyes were Buggy and Cage, the former prison van driver who had just become Buggy's underling. The wonders of life were often miraculous. One day, you were still a staff member of a government unit. Although the type of work might not be particularly noble, and you might only be at the bottom of the hierarchy with no influence, but the next second, you had become an accomplice of a felon. Moreover, you would spend the entire afternoon with this boss, doing nothing but staring at a grayish-white van. If you were bored, you could even find out how many times the men in the van had relieved their physiological needs in the past few hours. We're talking about normal urination. "Boss Buggy, why do we keep staring at them instead of going over? Aren't these people your underlings?" What puzzled Cage was that Buggy was even in the mood to read a magazine that had just been bought from the street kiosk. Therefore, it was Cage's job to keep an eye on the people who came to pick them up. It was his first task after becoming Buggy's underling. "Don't worry, keep watching." Buggy lazily turned to a new page of the magazine. You can't knock on the widow's door if you're too impatient, and you can't wed a naked female student if you're too impatient. Relax, take your time. Cage could only say, "Boss Buggy, is it because of what that beautiful woman said when we left the bar? She said that she would give you a divination or something. Boss, you don't believe her, do you?" In Cage's opinion, as long as he sat in that car, he could reach heaven where he could play with 50 female students. Of course, he could get on this car. He was ready to punch in the card at any time, but Bucky didn't move at all. How could Cage not be anxious? Hadn't they already waited for 3 hours in vain without any accidents happening? Although it was indeed difficult to knock on a widow's door if one was impatient, after waiting for 3 hours, the widow might have solved the problem herself with her hands or some strange item. Cage was very sure that Bucky had become so cautious because he had heard what the woman called Charlotte had said. Believe her nonsense? I would be an idiot to believe her so-called divination. Bucky shook his head, looking extremely disdainful. That woman's divination has never been accurate 9 out of 10 times. Let me tell you this, as long as her divination unfolds normally, then the content of the divination will be completely opposite. If the result of her divination is good, then things will definitely develop in a bad direction. But if it's the other way around, then congratulations, you will definitely be able to sit back and relax. Cage was stunned and was even more puzzled. Since she said that Boss would be in danger, doesn't that mean that everything will go smoothly this time? But Boss, why are you still so careful? Bucky was even more disdainful. It's because Charlotte is such a special guiding light that I have to be more careful. Don't think that this woman seems to be surrounded by mystery, making people feel that her whole body is full of inconceivable. In fact, she is a very petty idiot. I have already said that under normal circumstances, this is usually the case. But in order to ensure that her divination is correct, this woman will usually use abnormal means. F***CK, I'm not afraid of the agents who are chasing me, or the people who want to take my life. I'm afraid of Charlotte. Cage said incredulously, You mean this woman will play tricks on us behind our backs and put you in danger? Bucky sighed and put down the new issue of Playboy magazine in his hand. At first glance, one could tell that he was a gangster with a story. Sooner or later, you will have to pay for what you did, but at least I won't let myself die in the hands of a woman. Cage shook his head. He hadn't experienced this realm yet. And was this really a line that matched the above dialogue style? Well, then let's continue to wait, Cage said helplessly. Bucky suddenly said, No need, you go and find them and ask them to come and pick me up. It's been a few hours with Charlotte's temper. She would have already done it if she wanted to. Boss, isn't it better for us to walk there? Cage was still puzzled. Bucky glanced at Cage indifferently and said coldly, as a boss, of course, you have to let your underlings come and pick you up. This is the basic rule, okay? Damn, I've been sitting for too long and my legs are so crossed. My legs are numb. Okay then. Cage nodded and walked directly to the van that had been parked for a long time. But before he moved, Bucky put a cap on Cage's head and said indifferently, "You take this with you. This is the mark I told them before. If you walk there like this, they won't believe you." Cage nodded and thought to himself that these gangsters were really good at everything. He lowered his head and put his hands into his pockets. Then he crossed the road and walked toward the van. Only then did Bucky forcefully move his raised leg down, and then quickly beat it, hoping that the blood in his leg would recover by the time his lackeys came over. Otherwise, if he couldn't stand up, it would be King embarrassing. While rubbing his calf, Bucky raised the toy binoculars he bought by the roadside and watched Cage coming into contact with the van. They seemed to have noticed that someone was approaching, and the person was wearing a cap. So 2 people quickly came down from the van. At this time, Cage quickened his pace, as if he was walking toward the paradise with 50 female students. However, when Kahima raised his head and saw the person in front of the van, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, several men rushed out. These men were wearing shirts, but they were wearing bulletproof vests. Their movements were fast, and they were holding pistols in their hands. They instantly pushed Cage from behind to the front of the van and hurriedly flipped over Cage's arms, pressing him against the front of the van, and pointed a gun at his head. Almost at the same time, more than a dozen guys dressed in the same way rushed out from all directions. They surrounded the van parked in the alley and shouted loudly. They were shouting loudly, even though they were far away and couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. However, Bucky's experience was too rich. Even if he had to guess, he could guess what these guys were talking about. Raise your hands, don't move. You're surrounded. Put down your weapons and surrender. At this moment, how could Bucky still care about Cage and these guys who suddenly rushed out? Without saying a word, he raised the magazine in his hand and pretended to be completely attracted by the content of the magazine. While reading, he left from a distance and quickly blended into the crowd. F***CK. Charlotte is obviously a quack. 9 times out of 10, she's wrong in her divination. Why did I bump into the right one this time? Bucky was not the only one who was surprised, and he quietly left before the agents realized that they had caught the wrong person. At this time, on the rooftop of a building on the same street, 2 pairs of eyes were also filled with the same astonishment. Them. Charlotte was still wearing a black spaghetti strap dress and black high heels, only revealing a small part of her snow-white calf. At the same time, she was holding a black, lace-edged umbrella, muttering to herself, "I didn't expect." As for the thing beside Charlotte, it was something much uglier. It had a crocodile-like head, fine green scales all over its body, and a pair of huge bat-like wings on its back. It was a combination of bones and skin. It was about 10 centimeters above the ground, maintaining a floating state all the while. It also muttered to itself, "I didn't expect." Of course, its whisper was really a whisper, like a silent recitation. Even Charlotte couldn't hear it. At this time, seeing that the agents below had realized that they had caught the wrong person, a large number of people began to spread out. Frantically searching the surroundings, Charlotte suddenly smiled and said proudly, "Did you see that? My divination is accurate." "Praise you, the great Lord Charlotte." The demon-like guy couldn't help but exclaim, "You are indeed our guiding light." Charlotte stretched and yawned. "I was worried that something might have happened to Bucky, so I came over to take a look. Now that I see that something happened to him, I'm relieved. Then, let's go back and get some sleep. Lack of sleep during the day will make your skin worse." Thus, the mysterious Charlotte and her demon-like servant left just like that. Left. just like that. It shouldn't be? Why did Charlotte's divination come true this time? Buggy scratched his head, but he couldn't understand why such a guiding light would go out. However, compared to Charlotte's divination, Bucky was more concerned about why so many agents suddenly rushed out. Logically speaking, the phone he used was prepared by Lucifer's people. Although those guys were often very dangerous and treacherous, at least the quality of the things they used was excellent. So, it was impossible to find out anything about the phone. Could it be that Cage secretly told on him? But Bucky quickly denied this idea, because during this day and night he and Cage were always together. This guy was even raped by a banshee last night and fell into a deep sleep. There was no extra operation at all. Then there was only one possibility left. There was a problem with his subordinates. Bucky kicked the trash can that he had just passed by in annoyance, feeling very depressed. Sure enough, debts come quickly. It seemed that he had just betrayed Luo Jizai and let him be buried behind the theater. Now, it was his turn to be betrayed by his subordinates. The more Bucky thought about how he had been betrayed, the more frightened he became. This time, the subordinate he called for help was a good brother who had been with him for more than 10 years and had gone through fire and water with him. But such a brother still betrayed his whereabouts in the end. This was terrible. During the time he was in prison, most of his business was taken care of by this confidant. Since this person betrayed him, who knew how much of his business had been embezzled behind his back. So angry, I said, how good would it be if I could stay in prison forever? He's over there. Someone come quickly. Block the way ahead. As he thought about it, Bucky was startled by the sudden roar. Had he been discovered by those damned agents in the end? Bucky ran wildly without thinking, but after running for less than 100 meters, he was already out of breath. So angry. There was good food and a good place to live in prison. Did he lack exercise in the past few years? What was in front of him? It seemed to suddenly darken, and then it suddenly lit up. He came to a place full of soft lights, as if he had traveled through a century. Bucky suddenly saw an old-style lobby. He seemed to hear the sound of wind chimes. So, customer, what would you like to buy? At the front counter, a black-haired young man was looking at Bucky politely. Next to him, a woman who was wiping an old record player with a rag also stopped what she was doing. It was as if he had entered another world. This place was quiet and cool, making people want to stay here for a long time. For a moment, Bucky couldn't even feel the breath of summer. He opened his mouth in shock, and then turned back to look at the old pine door. Outside, it seemed to be another place. This architectural style was completely the style of the slums, but he clearly remembered that he was running in the middle of the city. But in short, the danger seemed to be temporarily lifted. Bucky was relieved at first. At this time, the young man in front of the counter walked out slowly. His eyes were always looking at Bucky with a trace of doubt and a little curiosity. Bucky unexpectedly met the young man's eyes, and suddenly there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. This kind of eyes reminded him of Lucifer subconsciously. In his impression, Lucifer also looked at him like this. The cold indifference in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was looking at an ant that was high and mighty. Well, customer, your body seems to have been marked with some kind of mark. The young man smiled at this time. I thought that a customer like you wouldn't come in, but what? When Bucky heard the word mark mentioned by the young man, his heart couldn't help but jump. Did this guy see something? Let's do it first, and then we'll talk slowly. Please let this small shop serve you a cup of flower tea to quench your thirst. How about it? The young man smiled, then put his hands to his ears and patted gently. A wooden stool on the side slowly moved to Bucky's side, and the young man sat down and made an inviting gesture. Bucky opened his mouth at this time. This scene, why is it so familiar? Don't be nervous, customer. The beautiful woman holding the rag put down the rag at this time and smiled. This is a place where everything can be sold. No matter what you need, You can find it here. However, there will also be some special things used for transactions." Before she could finish her words, Buggy suddenly quivered and quickly said, "For example, using my soul or something, right? This is one of the funds that customers can use to make transactions." The woman smiled slightly. Bucky moved his lips at this time. "So it's like this. It's still like this familiar feeling." The young man and the beautiful woman looked at each other curiously. But Bucky suddenly kicked the stool in front of him and sneered, "Humph! Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I've seen through this trick long ago." With that, he suddenly pointed at the young man. "Maybe you're actually a monster with sharp teeth, for feet on the ground, and a bloody mouth." Then he pointed at the beautiful woman and snorted again. "And you? Do you think you're beautiful? No, you're just a rotten corpse with abscesses all over your body, emitting a stench, and only a few hairs on your head." So, the young man frowned. Chapter 802. After careful searching and research, the agents on the street finally came to a shocking conclusion. They had lost their target, and Bucky had successfully escaped under the watchful eyes of the public. The news was like a line of fire that instantly burned into the command group of this operation, and finally ignited the leader in charge of this operation. The leader believed that he had pasted all the abusive words that he had accumulated over decades on the members of this operation, but he still could not calm down. After drinking 2 glasses of ice water in a row, he regained a trace of calmness, but he was still like a defeated rooster. The operation group has 15 people. 4 of them are senior agents. There are ambushes all around, and there is also information provided by informants. The leader of the operation group slammed the table. "The last report that was given to me was that they caught the wrong person." The leader's eyes were wide open. After Jose's death, his position was empty, and there were many people who were eyeing him covetously. As the commander of this operation, it was a good opportunity for him to gain credit and prove his strength. But he did not expect that the operation would fail at the most critical moment. Because of this, the leader, who fought hard to be promoted, stared fiercely at a man who was eating takeout in the conference room and said with great dissatisfaction, "You don't seem to be surprised that Bucky was not caught." The man picked up the napkin next to him and wiped his mouth. His etiquette was impeccable. If they did not know this guy's identity, the operation group would have thought that this guy was a descendant of some noble family. "I've already helped you and done my part. So, whether the result is that we caught him or not, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, right? Doflamingo." The leader could not help but clench his teeth. "Who are you calling?" The man raised his head slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "I am now called St. Francis, a Ph.D. from Yale University. You." The leader of the operation group glared fiercely at the slow man again, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. 11, he knew that he really could not command this guy. Otherwise, this guy, who had clearly appeared in the hostage situation as an extremely serious criminal last night, would not be sitting here openly today and paying attention to his operation this time. To be precise, he was a subordinate of the big shot of the country behind the operation leader, or a collaborator who had some sort of cooperative relationship with that big shot. This time, he was only here in the name of assistance. But even so, the team leader was still so angry. "Dr. St. Francois." The team leader emphasized his pronunciation at this time and said in a deep voice, "Buggy has already left. What do you think of this matter?" "Doffer," St. Francis said indifferently, as expected of Buggy. "He has luck that is hard for ordinary people to understand. In other words, I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to escape unscathed during such a capture." The leader of the operation knocked on the table. "I'm asking you, what else do we have to lure him out?" St. Francis shook his head and said no. The capture this time had exposed the fact that some of Bucky's subordinates had betrayed him. Bucky was a timid guy, but he was also a very suspicious guy. He felt insecure all the time, so once he was in prison, he never thought of leaving. By the same logic, If the person who helped him betrayed him this time, then he will not find anyone else to continue to help him. Unless one day he thinks that he has cleaned up all the people who betrayed him or the hidden traitors. Who are you? I can only watch him be safe and sound? That's your business. St. Francis shrugged. This time, the betrayal of Buggy's subordinates has exposed the flag I have been planting around him. In the future, he may track down the person who schemed against him this time. St. Francis stood up. Although I am not afraid of Buggy, once this guy activates that strange luck, he may cause me some trouble. So, next you have to rely on yourself. With that, St. Francis directly pushed the door open and left. When the door opened, a blonde dressed in a professional suit immediately greeted him. This woman appeared as St. Francis' secretary. In less than half a day, Dr. St. Francis, who graduated from a famous school and had made special achievements in many fields, quietly appeared in the political system of this country. And the next thing he would do was to run for a senator. The door of the conference room had been closed. The operation leader fiercely swept the documents on the table to the ground and finally sat down with mixed feelings. What a joke! Such a cruel felon who had killed countless people in less than half a day actually became a candidate for a senator and was more likely to enter the center of power of the country in the future? This country has fallen to this extent. The leader of the operation let out a long sigh and looked at the screen that had been assembled at the last minute. In the end, he felt that all the strength in his body had been exhausted. He picked up the microphone with difficulty and said in a lifeless voice, "Let's call it a day. We'll come back and plan the next capture. Maybe you're a monster with 4 limbs on the ground and a big mouth. Maybe you're a zombie with rotten body and only a few hairs." Such a voice, as if supported by the will of some universe, actually echoed in the hall. Of course, such a feeling was purely an illusion. Speaking of which, Boss Luo didn't wear the mask that was specially prepared for him because he left his hometown. Of course, now he no longer needed the mask as a cover, even if he met an acquaintance. Even though Bucky had seen the boss and Miss Maid with his own eyes last night, at this moment, in the lobby of the club, it was as if Bucky had never seen them before. The ability to temporarily seal the perception of oneself from the other's perception seemed to have appeared unconsciously. Luaccio didn't think about the specific time when this ability appeared. In general, besides being an energy-saving person, the boss was also the type to adapt to circumstances. But what kind of rich imagination did he have to imagine himself as a monster? How much hatred did he have for women to compare women to pink skeletons, like zombies? Luaccio had never been narcissistic. Even if he walked on the street, he wouldn't deliberately look at his reflection in the window of the shops on the street. Even so, he was far from being ugly enough to be described as a monster, right? It seems that the customer has experienced something. Well, something special before this. The reason why the boss was that even so, he still had a good temper and patience. But Bucky didn't seem to think so, because he really felt that he was too clever to see through the young man and woman at a glance, although he didn't know where they came from. But since there was someone like Lucifer, it was not inconceivable that there would be someone similar. At this time, seeing the young man and woman stunned look, Bucky sneered and said, "Don't pretend anymore, show your true body. It must be hard for you to maintain this form, right? Bucky, am not a person who hasn't seen the world. Even if you are really a monster or a rotten zombie, I can talk to you properly. Even that will make me feel that you have at least a little sincerity." Monster *2. Zombie *2. Boss Luo was silent. Miss Maid maintained a charming smile before the master made a statement. "Smile, smile, smile. Why aren't you talking?" Bucky frowned at this time. Is it not a monster or a zombie? Is it something else disgusting? Well, I don't mind. I have even seen an octopus monster before, and I won't despise you. But it better not be a mud monster. I can't stand that kind of stench. By the way, you are a woman. Forget it, you are a female. This perfume is quite good. Is it to cover up the stench on your body? Where did you get it? I will bring some for a few guys I know. I can't stand the stench on them every time. By the way, there is also their breath. Monster *3. Zombie *3. Octopus monster *1. Mud monster *1. Female *1. Stench *1. Breath *1. Seeing that the man and woman were still silent, Bucky shrugged, then pulled the stool that automatically moved to his side again and sat down directly. His hand was on the back of the chair, and his body was slightly slanted, which was quite dissolute. He said in a relaxed tone, "Relax. Even if you are exposed, it is not a big deal. But if you want to trade with me, I am afraid you will be disappointed. I heard from Lucifer that there will be some hotheads coming from his hometown to this world every once in a while. These hotheads have no other skills, and they are not good enough to tempt humans. They can't even see the truth clearly. Sometimes they will stupidly attack the prey that has been marked by the high-level devil. In the end, they don't even know how they died." With that said, Bucky intentionally or unintentionally revealed his collar. The button on the collar was opened at some point, and a black tattoo was faintly discernible. It seemed to be a skull, and then the left and right sides were surrounded by black wings. It seemed to be saying, "I am the one marked by the high-level devil. We are indeed new to this place. Thank you for reminding us, dear guest." Boss Luo smiled slightly. Bucky waved his hand at this time, as if he was experienced. It doesn't matter. After all, I have experienced this kind of thing several times before, so I am more experienced. You too should be the new devils, right? How about it? Are you new here? Are you familiar with this place? If there is anything you need, just tell me. After all, Lucifer and I are very good friends. Since you are a guest from her hometown, I have to help take care of you. Furthermore, no matter what, you guys did help me and helped me escape the pursuit of those fellows. All right, I've said so much, my mouth is a little dry. You, pour me some water. That person *1. Clang. Something was thrown on the floor. The source of the sound seemed to be a staircase on the side of the lobby. At this moment, Buggy looked over curiously and found that he was looking at an old man with a huge afro, who was dressed like a popular person in the 60s and 70s of the last century. He was immediately amazed. The old man with the afro quickly bent down and picked up a vinyl record. Then he said in a cold sweat that, I forgot a few songs and couldn't create them. So I decided to come down and look for this record so that I can get the background music for the game. I didn't hear anything. I really didn't hear anything. I'm going back to work." After saying that, the afro old man ran out, leaving a long shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the end of the stairs. Warrior. A real warrior. A real warrior who dares to face the bleakness of life. Simply a role model for my generation. Isn't it good to be alive? Warrior, next year at this time, I will go to your grave to remove weeds and burn incense for you. The afro old man held the vinyl record, and with great admiration in his heart, he crashed into a computer installed in a room on the second floor and finally disappeared. After the afro old man disappeared for a few seconds, Bucky rubbed his eyes, feeling that he didn't see wrongly running out of a shadow. But if it was a demon, it didn't seem strange. Bucky looked at Boss Luo and asked curiously, "Your staff here is quite special? But why do you use this old man with such a weird aesthetic? Do you respect the old and love the young? By the way, don't you have any drinks for greeting? You're really lacking. Sorry, we neglected it." Luocho bowed slightly, showing an apologetic look. "We really didn't pay attention to your needs and habits." Bucky said generously, "It's okay. Anyway, he's a newcomer. He doesn't know anything and needs to be taught. He'll get better in the future." "You're right." Boss Luo was even more humble. "We really need to reflect on ourselves." Bucky narrowed his eyes. Well, it seemed that this newcomer was quite tactful. He was not like those hotheads he had met a few years ago. Every time, they would attack him violently. In the end, when they saw the mark left by Lucifer, they would cry and beg for his help. Since he was so tactful, who would bring him back to Lucifer. Anyway, in the blazing Hot Lips bar, apart from some of Lucifer's own employees, there were a few guys who were brought there by Buggy. For example, the banshee that chased Cage away last night. "You don't need to reflect on yourself," Bucky said pleasantly. "I'm a generous person." No, no, no. Boss Luo shook his head and insisted. "In order to make you feel at home, I think it's necessary to slightly change the layout here. In order to make this negotiation go on smoothly, it's very important to use the environment that you're familiar with." "Sigh. I said there's no need to go through so much trouble." Bucky smiled and said, "I actually have a good point, that is. I like to guide newcomers, especially people like you, who understand things. Hey, why do I feel it's getting hotter? Is the air conditioning not on?" "It's indeed getting hotter, dear guest." Boss Luo suddenly snapped his fingers. "Then, shall we start the consultation in hell?" "Okay. What?" Bucky blinked his eyes. Then he saw the floor tiles of the lobby being lifted up one by one. As the floor tiles were removed like a jigsaw puzzle, streaks of orange-red light began to fill the surroundings, followed by rolling heat waves. The floor tiles finally disappeared completely. Bucky lowered his head and saw that under the chair, a bright orange-red liquid was flowing slowly and even kept bubbling. At this time, there was a pungent smell of sulfur in the air. Almost for a moment, Bucky even felt that he had been suffocated by the pungent smell of sulfur. He raised his head with a stiff neck. At some point, the skin of the young man in front of him suddenly split open and finally turned into a huge monster. As for the woman who was more perfect than Charlotte, she suddenly put her hands on her hair and slowly tore it open. She was like a butterfly breaking out of its chrysalis. A bloody head popped out from the wound on her scalp. The originally pleasant sound turned out to be like the sound of rusty gears grinding, mixed with the sound of scraping glass. It was carrying a special drink. It was a bubbling, smoking purple liquid that was stored in a vessel with flesh and bloody skulls that still had blood and flesh left. "This is a special drink made from the brains of lizards and ogres, added sulfur and rat plasma. I hope you like it." Looking at the slowly approaching utensil, Bucky suddenly covered his mouth in shock. He didn't feel so painful even after a hangover. At this time, a roaring voice came from above. "Guest, don't you like it? I can ask my servant to change it for you." Bucky looked up subconsciously, only to see 3 identical heads above him. The 3 heads were connected to a huge body, and on this body there were a lot of round mouths full of sharp teeth. Droplets of saliva flowed out of the monster's 3 mouths and fell on Bucky's body. He looked like he had been splashed with water over and over again. It was a green, viscous substance that looked like gastric juice. Bucky blankly reached out to wipe the sticky stuff off his face, then took a deep breath and suddenly screamed, "Help!" He instinctively stood up, but after his body left the stool, he instantly lost gravity and fell straight down. Almost at this moment, Buggy also grabbed the legs of the stool tightly, letting his body hang in the air. "Guest, I forgot to tell you that the magma below is real magma." The huge monster above made a deafening sound at this moment. As if to verify this statement, the utensil containing the strange special drink suddenly slipped from the hands of the bloody servant girl. Splash! It fell into the magma and melted in an instant. "Help, help! I want to go back to prison." Chapter 803. Bucky had never seen Lucifer's original appearance, but he had seen a lot of the original appearances of Lucifer's subordinates. Of course, the main reason was that most of Lucifer's subordinates were a group of idiots who would reveal their true colors when they were drunk. But no matter what, as long as he was Lucifer's prey and had her mark on him, those idiots would not dare to touch him. Therefore, Bucky could feel that the place where Lucifer came from must be a very strict place. The person at the top had supreme power. According to the logic that huge equaled powerful. Even if Bucky had not seen Lucifer's original body, He had imagined more than once that this woman's real body must be huge and terrifying, but Bucky had never carefully imagined how huge it would be. At this moment, he might have found something that could be used as a reference. The huge, three-headed monster in front of him, which was dozens of meters tall, was strange and terrifying. It even reminded Bucky of the incarnation of the evil gods in some myths. Compared with the huge, three-headed monster in front of him, the original bodies of the employees in Blazing Hot Lips that he had seen before were simply like a small Wu Mountain seeing a huge Wu Mountain. Fortunately, after this place suddenly turned into a land of magma, it was indeed very hot. It was so hot that Bucky felt like he would be roasted dry in the next second. Therefore, his sweat was squeezed out of his body frantically, but it was instantly dried by the breath of the flame. This allowed him to grab the stool with his hands and feet without slipping because of his sweat. Although it seemed very good, physical strength would still be consumed after all. He had been living in prison for a long time. Every day he would eat and sleep beep. He was already a flying cripple, and his physical strength could not support him for a long time. I understand. I understand. It's my fault. It's my fault. Nothing was more important than his own life. It was simply too easy to bow his head and admit his mistake. Wasn't there a saying in the ancient East? A great husband is able to yield and stand tall. Oh, it seems that the customer is still not satisfied with the current scene. At this time, the huge, three-headed monster let out a thunderous sound that shook the world. Every word it spat out was like a howling wind, blowing Buggy's hair directly back. The strong wind also carried the powerful smell of a certain canned food that was comparable to a biological weapon. The strong wind poured into Buggy's nose and mouth, pushing the words he wanted to say back into his stomach. I'm really sorry. It seems that we weren't prepared enough. In that case, customer, I wonder if you will be satisfied with such an environment? Don't use this kind of apocalyptic roar to say such polite words. Bastard! Finally, the surrounding environment seemed to have undergone a strange change. But Buggy seemed to be unable to hold on and wait for what would become of him after the change, because his physical strength had been completely exhausted. His palm suddenly loosened. Buggy blinked, and his body was instantly separated from his only life-saving straw, the stool. To be honest, for a moment, Buggy felt a sense of relief. His body fell freely toward the hot magma below. The feeling of his body relaxing in an instant made Buggy secrete some liquid from his tear glands and sprinkle it in the air. Aha! Chimo chicken! Bang! But his body did not feel like it would burn him in an instant. Instead, it felt like he had fallen on a thick floor. Buggy felt as if his bones had fallen apart, and he howled in pain. At this time, Buggy opened his eyes and saw a green luster around him. He could not see the huge, three-headed monster. As for the bloody corpse of the maid, it seemed that it was no longer there. Had he survived the crisis? Buggy subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He lay on the ground. Although there were bursts of severe pain in his body, he felt like he had survived a disaster. There was even an itchy feeling. He felt that his fingers seemed to be touched by something soft. It was wet, which reminded Buggy of a woman's tongue. Oh, at this time he really missed the service of the warden's secretary in the prison. In his impression, that bitch was so good at licking people's boots. Buggy comfortably turned his face to the side and looked over. The slender body had the ability to bend the body that overshadowed all the women in the world. Well, this was obviously a poisonous snake. Buggy was blinking his eyes. The poisonous snake in front of his fingers was also blinking at him at this time. Bucky stiffly raised his neck and saw a similar snake head rising from between his legs. Hiss! 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 There were countless overlapping sounds around him. Only then did he see the surrounding environment clearly. It was like an endless world. The ground was black, but it was not the original color because there were countless poisonous snakes crawling on the ground. He was the only empty place on this earth. and the black was swallowing this empty place little by little. When the poisonous snake came to his side, Buggy's legs trembled a few times. When the poisonous snake climbed up his legs, Buggy's fingers trembled a few times. At this time, he touched the fangs of the poisonous snake that was licking his fingers, so his pupils expanded a little. When he heard the sound of a snake crawling over his neck, he immediately closed his eyes. Then the trembling of his legs disappeared. He tilted his head, spat out white foam, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Snap! At the same time, the sound of fingers snapping suddenly sounded. The surrounding poisonous snakes, the dark earth, the green world. Everything gradually faded away, like a curtain being pulled away. The surroundings were still the familiar lobby of the club, quiet and elegant. The stool that the boss pulled out to greet Buggy was still in place. Nothing had changed. If there was, it was probably Buggy lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Well, isn't it a bit too much? Boss Luo suddenly rubbed his chin. Not at all. Miss Maid whispered, Master, you are so kind. In fact, using the system of the old dominators can trigger people's fear to the greatest extent. That's it. Luocho smiled and waved his hand. Let the guest wake up. We should be able to have a good chat. With that, the boss walked back to the front of the bar and took a glass. He watched Yi walk to Buggy. The glass on the cabinet next to her reflected Miss Maid's face at this time. The boss saw her smile, which was different from the professional smile. In the future, should I consider slightly stimulating the soul sealed in the puppet body? It seemed that the effect was quite good. Luocho opened a bottle and slowly poured a bright, red liquid into the glass. It was like blood bringing life. The moment she closed the black umbrella and walked into blazing hot lips, Charlotte directly handed the umbrella to the guy with a strange crocodile head beside her. Charlotte glanced at the bar and frowned. Let those lazy fellows clean up this place before we open at night. Chop up the slowest one and throw him to the back alley to feed the dogs. Let's see which stray cat or dog is lucky enough to eat the meat and summon it back to guard the door after it's demonized. Yes, I'll do it right away. Charlotte then stretched and walked all the way to the entrance of the basement. After seeing Charlotte's arrival, the two muscular men guarding the door quickly knelt on the ground on one knee. Charlotte didn't care. She put her hands on the door, pushed it gently, and walked in. The construction of the basement was much larger than it looked from the outside. It seemed to have completely exceeded the original size of the basement of the bar on the blueprint. Lucifer. At this time, Lucifer was leaning against a windowsill. This windowsill was supposed to be sealed, and the outside was made of thick concrete. But at this time, the window had been pushed open, and a black courtyard could be seen. Lucifer was holding a glass of green wine in her hand. She bent her legs and quietly looked outside the courtyard. Bucky's aura disappeared. Lucifer turned her head, and her long black hair fell directly to the ground. Her skin was much paler than Charlotte's, as if there was no such thing as blood. Disappeared? Charlotte was stunned. It shouldn't be. Half an hour ago I saw him alive and kicking. The people who caught him couldn't kill him so quickly. Besides, it couldn't kill Buggy. After all, the first wish he made was... He didn't die, but his aura suddenly disappeared. Lucifer shook her head and suddenly frowned. It's like he was completely cut off from this main world. Charlotte pondered and said, could it be that he accidentally walked into the lost zone? But that shouldn't be the case. Every single one of the lost zones around here has already been sealed by us. The so-called lost area was an entrance to a different space that existed but could not be sensed by ordinary people. The place connected to the lost area was related to the main world, but it was another independent place. There were many ways of origin. Some were created by people, some were naturally generated, and many were fragments peeled off from the main world. Different systems had different records about the lost area. Lost was just Lucifer's term. Such as the hidden land of the gods, the secret realm, the paradise, etc., were all terms for the different spaces connected behind the lost area. Lucifer said that Bucky's aura couldn't be sensed in the main world. Charlotte's first thought was that Bucky had mistakenly entered these places. It was not impossible for ordinary humans to enter. More often than not, ordinary humans had more opportunities to enter by mistake. After all, the population of the main world was so huge that other races could only look forward to it. Regarding the mysterious realm behind the lost area, some of it could even be familiar to humans. For example, the former Bermuda, or the country of the little people written by the author who wrote The Adventure of the Little Kingdom. Of course, there were also similar geocentric worlds that retained primitive species mentioned in The Adventure of the Core of the Earth. Humans regarded them as the crystallization of fantasy power, but for extraordinary species, these were mysterious realms that could be followed. It shouldn't be. Lucifer's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Ordinary mysterious realms can't cut off the connection between me and the contractor. If it exists, it's only in a few places. Could it be God found you? Charlotte's face changed slightly. If he came, the world wouldn't be so peaceful. Lucifer looked at Charlotte and said indifferently, "At least, I think I still have the ability to know what he did when he came." Charlotte suddenly lowered her head. She knew that she had inadvertently mentioned something taboo in Lucifer's heart. However, some strange black witchcraft can actually do it. Lucifer suddenly smiled. Her voice came from afar. When Charlotte looked up, Lucifer had already appeared in front of her, reaching out his finger and gently stroking Charlotte's lips. Lucifer took this place forcefully until Charlotte's face showed an intoxicated expression. Lucifer raised his head, his lips pulling out a bright silver line from Charlotte's lips. He chuckled and said, "The natives of this place have some special skills. But as long as they don't intend to attack my prey, I won't bother with them. Buggy was too naughty. It was better to let him suffer a little. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't make the remaining 2 wishes in his life. Then I'll ask the Banshee to find out if the natives around have quietly appeared." Charlotte snuggled up to Lucifer and said softly. Lucifer smiled faintly and was about to agree. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of this strange room. It was the voice of one of the masked, muscular men guarding the door. "Your Majesty, the guest has come to visit you again." Lucifer frowned. "The annoying fly is here again. Let him in." Charlotte said, "Since he's annoying, just don't see him. Why do you still want to see him?" Lucifer let go of Charlotte. Light flashed on his body, and he put on a fiery red, close-fitting dress. "I don't want the more annoying guy behind them to disturb my leisure every day. This one is pretty good. At least it can relieve my boredom. I quite like the music he plays." The black door was pushed open, and a man wearing a top hat slowly walked in. His appearance was very retro. After taking off the top hat, he revealed a head of golden curly hair. Of course, it was put on as a wig. Chapter 804. After the classical man greeted Lucifer elegantly, he raised his head with a smile. The golden wig was unexpectedly soft and did not feel heavy at all. However, Lucifer knew that the reason why every strand of hair of this wig was bright gold was because they were all made of gold. You didn't see or hear wrongly. This was real long golden hair. Not only that, but every part of the clothes on the classical man could be described as truly luxurious. There were even 8 different gemstone rings on his 10 fingers, although his unique temperament made his nouveau riche outfit not look vulgar. Lucifer still understood the heart of this guy's country bumpkin. "Wolfgang, today is not Tuesday. Why did you come early?" Lucifer sat on a chair inlaid with many gems under the accompaniment of Charlotte. Wolfgang was the name of this classical man. Lucifer did not like to call this man's surname that was supported by later generations. "Because of some small situations, I plan to change the original plan." Mozart. Wolfgang looked more humble at this time. He knew very well the identity of the luxurious woman sitting in front of him. The child of light, the great star of dawn, the king of hell, the master of the fallen angel legion. Oh, Wolfgang said His Royal Highness once said that as long as I can play 100 songs that can move you, you will allow me to lead you to the crack on both sides once. It's already 19 songs. Time flies. Lucifer held his chin and chuckled. However, Wolfgang, are you reminding me of my original promise? Do you think I have a bad memory? Or do you think I won't fulfill this promise in the end? Of course not. Wolfgang shook his head and maintained a calm posture. Even if the person in front of him was the child of light who betrayed God in the teleportation, as a member of a special group, even if he could not defeat her, he could still leave calmly. However, once that situation developed, the good relationship between the two sides that he had worked hard to build would probably be destroyed. Wolfgang could not help but smile bitterly at this time. Your Royal Highness, at first, I thought that with my ability, it was not an impossible task to play 100 songs that could move you, even if it was difficult. It's just that 30 years have passed, and only 19 songs can reach the standard. It's too slow. Once a week is the opportunity you begged me to give you. Lucifer continued to hold his chin while narrowing his eyes. Why? Are you planning to get more opportunities from me? Yes, I think it would be best if I could have 2 opportunities a week. Wolfgang lowered his head so that Lucifer could not see his appearance at this time. At this time, he really felt like he was trapped in a cocoon. No matter how great a writer and performer he used to be, he had only been recognized 19 times in the past 30 years. It was really frustrating. When I was full of enthusiasm and poured a lot of effort into composing a new song and came full of hope, all I got in the end was an indifferent attitude. I must have been F***ing out of my head to come looking for this Lord of the Fallen. How many girlfriends could he have in 30 years? I'm only in the mood to listen to your performance on Tuesday, Lucifer said indifferently. It's up to you to come or not. If you don't come next time, don't come again in the future. Wolfgang's eyelids twitched slightly. His self-confidence had long been beaten to a pulp by the King of Hell in the past few decades. In the contemporary vocabulary, if he had to find a word to describe his current situation, it must be miserable. Yes, he was sure that he must be the most miserable one among all the transcendents. After the recent news that other transcendents had successfully become the leader of the new transcendents, there had been a lot of news. How could he be miserable? Look, even Hidden Sword, who hides in the cracks and rarely comes out, can pick up a human in his home. You didn't hear wrong. He found a human at home. How heartless. Your Highness, please give me a chance. Wolfgang did not intend to give up. He was very clear about the rules in Lucifer's place. For this, I'm willing to offer a sacrifice. A sacrifice? Lucifer suddenly smiled. We can continue the topic. However, Wolfgang, this is on the premise that your sacrifice can satisfy me. Your Highness, please look. At this time, Wolfgang gently drew a line in front of him, and then carefully pulled out a wooden box from the crack. This wooden box itself was not an ordinary item. Lucifer could feel that this wooden box was exuding a trace of divine aura. She frowned, and then suddenly said, "The branch of the apple tree of Eden." Wolfgang smiled. Yes, this box is made of the branch of the apple tree. Lucifer shook his head. Although this box is precious, it is useless to me, but you can send it to the church. I believe that they will be willing to give you a mountain of gold to return this thing. It is only used to preserve the thing that is truly dedicated to you. Wolfgang slowly opened the lid of the box. Lucifer's eyesight was very good, and in an instant he had already seen what was inside the box. It was a yellowed page. This is... At this time, Charlotte had also seen it, and in an instant, a trace of shock appeared on her face. Lucifer did not wait for Wolfgang to continue speaking, and directly reached out to grab the air. The page hidden in the box directly flew into her hand. She quietly sized it up. Lucifer, could this be? Charlotte had some guesses in her heart, but she was not sure. Lucifer closed his eyes, but when he opened them again, he seemed to be slightly moved. This is the real thing. The Dead Sea Scroll. Wolfgang, to think that you were able to find a remnant page. Wolfgang smiled faintly. It is said that the Dead Sea Scroll records the origin of history, the birth of the gods. And this page in my hand coincidentally records the battle between your highness and the archangel. I am very curious. Where did you get this page? Lucifer seemed to avoid talking about the battle that year that Wolfgang mentioned, and instead directly asked about the origin of this page. It was due to luck. Wolfgang smiled. This was inadvertently obtained by one of my descendants during an archaeological exploration. Of course, I also used a little method to exchange the remnant page from his hands. Lucifer said with interest, I really did not expect that you, who was once hailed as a musical genius, would actually run off to archaeology. Wolfgang smiled bitterly. We have no reason to restrict the development of our descendants. Even though his ambition is to become an archaeologist and an ancient linguist. Lucifer nodded, but she clearly heard the bitterness in Wolfgang's words. At this moment, Wolfgang cast an inquiring look. Lucifer was silent for a while before saying, I will accept this offering. I have my own rules. Since you have offered something good to me, I will give you a corresponding return. I am different from him. I never talk about illusory things. I will give you something substantial. Thank you, Your Highness. Lucifer stood up and said, From now on, every Tuesday and Sunday, you can come to my place to play for me. In addition, the number of 100 songs will be directly reduced by 50. Wolfgang was immediately overjoyed. This meant that his original mission was directly several times simpler. He could finally see the end, and he did not have to play until his hands were about to cramp every time he played the zither, unable to satisfy the master of hell. In that case, I will immediately go and prepare, Wolfgang said happily. Your Highness, I have just composed a new movement. Lucifer, however, said playfully, starting from next week, because I am not in the mood today, and this has also disrupted my original schedule. Although he could not carry out it on the same day, Wolfgang could not help but feel disappointed. However, since he had already received permission from Lucifer, that was already good enough to wait a few more days. For Wolfgang, who already had a long lifespan, it was not impossible. Then, I will take my leave first, Your Highness. Wolfgang performed very standard court etiquette. Wait, if in the future your descendants can still find the remnant pages of the Dead Sea Scroll, they can continue to bring them to me. Lucifer said with a smile, If the number is enough, perhaps I can directly agree to your request and accompany you to the crevice on both sides. Wolfgang heard such a promise, but he was not as happy as he had imagined. He only nodded. Such a promise was not much different from an empty check. For his descendants to be able to find a remnant page was already a great fortune. Therefore, even as an ancestor, Wolfgang himself was not optimistic about this descendant's luck, because according to legend, the complete Dead Sea Scroll contained the secret to unlocking something else. That was the Akshay record that recorded the origin of everything. Charlotte took the page from Lucifer's hands and was extremely curious. The Dead Sea Scroll is said to be related to the clues to find the Akshay record. Wolfgang is actually willing to take it out and give it to you. Lucifer said indifferently, The transcending ones rely on the crevice on both sides to obtain an almost eternal life. The Akshay record is one of the origin items, an important carrier of the Lord's consciousness in this world. It is so precious that he might even be willing to use the whole of Eden to exchange for it. However, this kind of treasure is equivalent to poison for this group of transcending ones. After saying that, Lucifer sneered, This group of people who have betrayed the world do not dare to stand in front of the world and make a ruckus. Using it in exchange for my permission may seem like a huge loss to others, but to Wolfgang, it is at most a waste. Besides, it is only a single page, so it is not that useful. Then why did you agree to it? Charlotte asked in confusion. Reduce it. In the end, whether it can satisfy me or not, isn't the initiative still in my hands? What is the difference between one song and 100 songs? Besides, who asked this page to record the battle between me and my brother? Lucifer suddenly laughed strangely. Although the most important use of the complete Dead Sea Scroll is to be used as a beacon to find the Akshay record, it also has an ability that makes people excited. Oh, possessing the complete Dead Sea Scroll is equivalent to possessing the ability to rewrite history. Lucifer's eyes shone brightly. The holder can use it to rewrite history. Of course, this kind of rewriting does not truly change what happened in history. What it rewrites is people's understanding of history. I don't understand. Charlotte was very direct. Lucifer said, for example, a person named Ryan. A person called Ryan. He died 100 years ago because of the war, and he was just a nameless soldier. However, through the rewriting of the Dead Sea Scroll, we can let future generations know that Ryan was a great monarch who was once undefeatable, and even founded a great country. Then, all of history will serve Ryan. In all of our knowledge, and documents, this great monarch will appear. However, the real Ryan will still be that nameless soldier. Rather than rewriting, Charlotte said in shock, it would be better to say that this is the ability to control historical memories. This is too terrifying. No matter how terrifying it is, it still requires the complete Dead Sea Scroll. Lucifer said with some regret, although this is the case, there has never been a person who is able to obtain the complete Dead Sea Scroll. Whether or not this ability exists is also unknown. Perhaps I can divine where the remaining pages are. Charlotte picked up the page and twirled her hair with her fingers. Her face was full of excitement. If we have this as a clue, the success rate should be pretty good. Lucifer was silent. Why do I like divination so much? I don't know why my mood suddenly improved. Lucifer suddenly said, Charlotte, accompany me to the courtyard to drink tea. Okay, but in the next moment, Lucifer suddenly stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brows. Charlotte looked at him with concern, but Lucifer said, Buggy is calling me. Buggy? He appeared? Charlotte stared blankly. It seems that he has encountered some kind of danger? Before the conversation with Wolfgang, Buggy's aura had just disappeared. How could he appear again so quickly? Lucifer's expression suddenly became strange. He is indeed calling me, but it is very weak. It seems that he has really encountered something troublesome. Lucifer shook his head and waved his hand. A black six-pointed circle, suddenly appeared on the floor in front of him. I don't know who you are, but don't you plan to pay a price for having designs on my prey? The former son of light, the star of dawn, and now the king of hell. Each of his identities was a figure who could shock the three realms with a stomp of his feet in the world of transcendence. She really didn't take many things seriously. Charlotte shook her head. She probably didn't know where an indigenous god or a descendant of a god came from and captured Buggy under the circumstances. After all, Bucky had been bestowed with Lucifer's gift, a kind of super luck. However, at this moment, Lucifer suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the black six-pointed star circle in front of him shattered at the same time. She didn't even remember to say a word before she fell to the ground with a look of horror in her eyes. Lucifer. Charlotte was shocked. Chapter 805. Lucifer was invincible. Many years ago, when this almost perfect life appeared in front of Charlotte, she was clearly aware of this. From that moment on, she had blind worship for the powerful Lucifer. She firmly believed that the master of hell, even if she was no longer the brightest star in the sky, could turn into a black sun and completely devour all the light. She would sit high in the clouds of despair and darkness, riding on the seven-headed, ten-horned red dragon, becoming the true source of chaos and the embodiment of fear, and finally tearing him apart. However, 100 years, 1,000 years, Charlotte had never seen Lucifer fall to the ground. Even in the war with her brother back then, when her wings were broken in the end, she still stood on the ground unyieldingly. Lucifer, Lucifer. Charlotte sat on the black plush carpet in horror, hugging Lucifer's unconscious body and repeatedly calling out. She even tore open her skirt, revealing the skin on her abdomen. Here, there was the same black tattoo as Buggy. Charlotte even directly used her fingernails to cut a wound on the skin above the tattoo. Blood came out from the red blood mark, turning into 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, and finally connected into one. The blood slowly slid down and finally flowed over this strange tattoo. She firmly believed that her call would have an effect. Lucifer, who was lying in Charlotte's arms, suddenly moved his fingers. Charlotte clearly saw Lucifer's action and subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Then Lucifer opened his eyes. Lucifer! Charlotte excitedly called out this seemingly magical name, Lucifer. However, what made Charlotte suddenly feel uneasy was that Lucifer's eyes turned crimson in an instant. The moment Lucifer opened his eyes, a huge force pushed Charlotte's body away and slammed her heavily against the wall of the room. It was a terrifying impact. Charlotte's body almost smashed through the wall of the underground basement. At the same time, Lucifer, who was lying on the ground, strangely floated up. Her eyes were still crimson, and her long black hair was fluttering. Black light suddenly appeared behind her. Like a black swan spreading its wings, the black light bloomed and turned into huge wings. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Lucifer floated off the ground, and the huge force was still crazily surging. Charlotte's body suddenly sank into the wall again. Around her, the thick walls began to break. Everything in the room, with Lucifer as the center, was crazily pushed away and destroyed. A strange language came out of Lucifer's mouth. Charlotte recognized this language. It was the ancient Hebrew language, a language with mysterious and powerful power. Lucifer! Charlotte shouted in horror. But this Lord of Hell, at this moment, seemed to not hear her. It was as if she was only moving instinctively. A violent and chaotic aura suddenly erupted. Charlotte only felt a splitting headache at this moment, as if it was going to explode. Not only her, but the 2 masked muscular guards behind the door had already hugged their heads with their hands and knelt on the ground in pain. As for the many employees in the Flaming Hot Lips bar, they were the same. They all revealed their true forms, but they still couldn't bear the pain from the depths of their souls, and they all cried out in pain. Charlotte suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, she suddenly regretted. She was afraid that she had forced Lucifer into a frenzied state because of her forceful cry. At this moment, Lucifer's power was still increasing crazily. This kind of power release would attract his attention very soon. Lucifer, wake up, now is not the time. Lucifer. Lucifer still didn't listen or ask. Every syllable in the ancient language from his mouth became clearer and clearer. At the same time, in the sky above the city of Rio under the scorching Qingtian sun, a strong wind suddenly blew, and the sky suddenly darkened. It was as if there was a huge whirlpool in the middle of the darkness, sucking in countless dark clouds. Strong wind, thunder, and lightning. The city seemed to have suddenly welcomed a sudden storm. In the room, Lucifer suddenly opened his hands. At the same time, with her as the center, on the flat ground that had been pushed by her huge power, many black hexagram arrays of different sizes spread out crazily. The light hexagram arrays were like the ripples caused by raindrops falling on a calm water surface. They emerged crazily and overlapped with each other. The patterns of the hexagram arrays all turned bloody red in an instant, and Lucifer finally let out a roar, and his hands pressed down fiercely. The strange red hexagram shone brightly at this time, and Lucifer's power was still increasing crazily, as if there was no limit. The red hexagram arrays kept flashing, and after a few minutes, they gradually faded away. Lucifer was motionless at this time and seemed to have quieted down. Her violent power seemed to have begun to disperse, and the pressure disappeared. Charlotte proudly fell off the wall. She was about to call out to Lucifer, hoping to wake Lucifer up a little. But Lucifer suddenly moved. The 3 pairs of black light wings on her back suddenly flapped together, and in a flash the countless hexagram arrays shot out cold light. They were silver chains. The silver chains that rushed out of the hexagram arrays kept moving, as if they were the same chain, and they just pierced through all the hexagram arrays released by Lucifer. Finally, these silver chains moved together and shot toward Lucifer from all directions. Lucifer seemed to be unable to dodge. However, in an instant her wrists, ankles, and neck had already been wrapped by these chains. Lucifer swung her body hard, and the chains began to shrink at the same time, pulling at Lucifer's arms as if they wanted to tear her apart. Lucifer screamed in pain. Her power became even more violent, and her body began to crazily rush upward, like a rocket that was being pressed down and wanted to soar into the sky. Roar! The roar from the king of hell. The sky of Rio was suddenly filled with the sound of thunder. At this moment, the violent power swept through the entire basement, and in an instant it spread to the entire famous flaming hot lips bar in Rio. It was as if this place had been hit by a terrifying bomb. No one knew what had happened in this bar. They only knew that after a sudden loud noise, the bar collapsed. A strange power began to spread from the flaming hot lips bar, and the windows of the surrounding shops shattered. At the same time, the whole of Rio seemed to have been hit by a terrifying electromagnetic pulse. In the large shopping malls, the screens of the TVs placed there suddenly blacked out. More than half of the residents in the city instantly found that their computer screens and mobile phones had turned black. At this moment, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Finally, heavy rain began to fall. At the harbor of the city, the seawater rose and washed away the many yachts docked there. It had been decades since the city had encountered such a terrifying hurricane. My God! What's wrong with the king of hell? In a luxurious apartment in the center of the city, Wolfgang, who had just returned from Lucifer's place, was stunned. Looking at the city that seemed to have attracted the end of the world in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he gently patted his cheeks. Is it okay to be so willful without being watched by the main consciousness all the time? But this is strong wind, heavy rain, lightning, waves, and screams. It was a scene that seemed like the end of the world. At this moment, Wolfgang was not in a hurry to know what had happened to Lucifer. Transcendents were not supermen who maintained world peace. What a beautiful melody! At this moment, Wolfgang suddenly laughed wildly. He opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace this great scene. Inspiration! Inspiration! An eruption of inspiration. It's as if something is going to rush out of my body. Ah, this is a long-lost inspiration. Without saying anything, Wolfgang went straight to a black piano. He sat down and placed his hands on the black and white keys. Then his fingers seemed to have cramps. The frantic sound of the piano instantly spread out from the apartment. Like a lunatic, he revealed a look of enjoyment. Not enough. Not enough. King of Hell. Not enough. Be more violent. Be more violent. My inspiration. He did not understand the inner world of these artists. When Charlotte woke up, the whole basement had been turned into ruins. Even the whole bar had collapsed. It looked as miserable as a building that had been demolished by blasting. She was moved out of the stone by one of the muscular men in a mask. Charlotte, Selma, what happened? A weak voice came from the ruins. It was the voice of one of the bar's employees. Charlotte was a little absent-minded. She watched as the employees of various sizes lifted the stones from different places and walked out injured. She was silent. Lucifer had disappeared. At the last moment, Charlotte only saw that Lucifer, who was entangled by the strange chains, finally succeeded in rushing out. But whether she finally broke free from those chains or not, Charlotte did not see it clearly. She was the first to bear the brunt of Lucifer's huge power eruption. She was instantly knocked unconscious by the impact. Charlotte and Lucifer had a contractual relationship. This contract was naturally much more advanced than Bucky's, but at this time, even with this contract, there was no way for Charlotte to sense Lucifer's existence. She subconsciously covered the tattoo on her copy with her palm. This tattoo was still there, which meant that the contract was still there. The contract existed based on Lucifer's power, which meant that at least Lucifer was not dead yet. Charlotte, Sama? Where's Her Majesty? Another employee asked in horror at this time. Charlotte frowned. What she needed to do now was to stabilize these guys. God knows if they would rebel after knowing that Lucifer was missing. She's fine, Charlotte said indifferently at this time. It's just that an ignorant native god has just woken up and found Lucifer. She didn't want to release too much power here and attract the attention of heaven, so she directly pulled that stupid native god into the lost area. She'll come back after dealing with that idiot. Oh, Her Majesty is in the osmium again. No wonder there's such a big commotion. The employees nodded one after another. They seemed to believe Charlotte's words easily. In fact, in the past few decades, Lucifer had beaten up those native gods from ancient times several times. Although these guys believed it for the time being, if Lucifer hadn't returned after a long time, these guys would be suspicious. Being suspicious was the nature of demons. Let's leave here first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with when the human fire brigade comes and sees you. Charlotte waved her hand. The group of demons took advantage of the storm and quickly left this place. The whole city had long been in a mess because of this sudden storm. The cup of special drink that the boss had just made suddenly broke. The cup suddenly broke. Bucky had already been moved to the sofa and laid down, but he hadn't woken up yet. At this moment, hearing the sound of the cup suddenly breaking, Miss Maid quickly walked to the boss's side. Instead of cleaning up the spilled drink and glass shards, she held the boss's palm, looked at it carefully, and then wiped it carefully. Planet chiming. Boss Luo lowered his head and pondered, allowing Miss Maid to clean up the residue on his palm. I'm going to kill her, Miss Maid suddenly said. She's bleeding. Boss Luo was stunned and looked at his palm. Sure enough, there was a small cut on his index finger, about 1 centimeter long. Boss Luo shook his head. It's my own problem. The club suddenly suffered a fierce blow, and the defense mechanism was automatically activated. However, Luaccio suddenly wanted to try if he could block it without activating the defense mechanism, so he had the idea of taking action himself. It was still broken. Boss Luo shook his head, and then his face suddenly became a little strange. Although it was broken in the end, it seemed that the club which had been violated took the final blow without saying anything. However, why is it always like this? Boss Luo suddenly fell into deep thought. In a monastery, because of the sudden storm, the nuns in the monastery were busy cleaning up the clothes and blankets that were hung out to dry. The monastery had some history, and there were only 2 nuns living here. Because it was in a very remote place, even if it was a worship, it took several times to find believers who came to pray. A young nun was cleaning up a kind of preserved fruit according to the instructions of the older nuns. But at this moment, the young nuns heard something falling. She turned around curiously and saw that something seemed to have fallen from a big tree in the monastery courtyard. Out of curiosity, the young nuns lifted her skirt and walked over. Oh my God! What the young nuns saw was a small figure that fell under the tree. It was a little girl. She was wearing a red skirt that was completely out of her size. The skirt was tattered in many places, and the little girl's mouth was still stained with blood. The little girl's hair was very long, and her long black hair almost reached her heels. The young nuns held the little girl up with heartache, and then found that the little girl's neck was wearing a silver collar, and there was even a broken silver chain on the collar. At this moment, the young nuns suddenly became angry. Looking at the remains of the collar and chain, she couldn't help but think, such a cute little girl. She must have encountered some kind of pervert. He actually raised her like a dog and did all kinds of evil things every day. God knows how this young nun started to imagine the little girl had been living in despair and fear every day. Maybe this time she took advantage of an opportunity to escape? Oh, God, what a poor child. Chapter 806. Master, your hand is bleeding. Let me clean it for you. Thus, the moist lilac began to wrap around his finger, twirling gently. Sometimes it sucked like a baby, and sometimes it was like tasting a sweet milk stick. At this time, if it was accompanied by the gaze of the rippling dark blue eyes, the edible effect would be even better. Of course, this kind of plot would not happen. After the little blood was wiped clean, the small wound on his finger was completely healed. As long as he was within the range of the club, the boss was immortal. He remembered that when he was shot in the forehead by the first customer with a gun, he was still able to stand up alive. Now, it was just a minor injury that was lighter than a cut. If it weren't for the maid's concern, the boss actually didn't intend to pay attention to it. As a person who often went in and out of the kitchen, it was normal for him to occasionally get cut. Ah, help! Don't come over! Buggy, who was on the sofa, suddenly fell to the ground and then struggled in panic. He even waved his fists in the air. But Buggy soon realized that he was no longer in that horrible place, and there were no countless poisonous snakes crawling around. This was obviously the place where he first walked in. In front of him, there was no longer the terrifying three-headed monster and the bloody corpse maid. The young man and woman had returned to their original appearance. Buggy calmed down. Lucifer is not here. He remembered that when the surrounding environment began to change for the first time, the huge, three-headed monster and the corpse maid appeared, and there was terrifying magma underground. He urgently called out to Lucifer. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die like this, even if he had to use his second wish. But Lucifer didn't come. Could it be that his summoning failed? But it shouldn't be. When Buggy looked at the young man and woman again, his eyes were full of bewilderment. His mind turned rapidly, frantically calculating his current situation. The information about this place from the moment he walked in seemed to have been imprinted in his original cognition. It was a wonderful thing. However, as Lucifer's contractor, as someone who had given his soul to the king of hell, Buggy was only surprised by this unconventional method, not afraid. He could accept it very well. He began to organize the information about the club that had been poured into his mind. This was a place where you could buy anything, and the things used to trade were everything except for wealth. At first glance, this operation had many similarities to Lucifer's contract. However, Lucifer had specifically chosen to use his own soul as a sacrifice to obtain 3 wishes from her. It was said that when ordinary demons walked in the human world, they would use wishes as bait to lure humans to sell their souls. However, low-level demons were usually only able to fulfill 1 wish, and it was the kind of wish that was limited. Higher-level demons seemed to be able to fulfill 2 wishes. Lucifer, on the other hand, had 3, and there were very few restrictions. Of course, the wishes did not include operations such as I want to have the same ability as you, give me N more wishes, and so on. Buggy did not know how Lucifer measured these 3 wishes. Sometimes he even felt that if Lucifer really helped him fulfill 3 wishes and took away his soul in the end, would she feel that she had lost out? Of course, he could not synchronize with Lucifer's way of thinking. However, the words of this club made Buggy accept it very well. Anything could be bought, provided that there was a sufficient price. In other words, you could buy something of equal value if you could provide something of equal value. Of course, it was definitely not the principle of absolute fair exchange. There were no merchants in the world who followed equivalent exchange. But even so, Buggy had an incredible thought. This place might be relatively safer than Lucifer's. This was doing business. Both parties were willing, and there was not as much fraud as Lucifer's. As long as he weighed the ratio between the needs and the price, at this time, Buggy felt that his mind was very clear. He didn't know why, but ever since he came into contact with the supernatural side of things from Lucifer, even he himself felt afraid of the hole in his brain. When he was in the Imperial Capital headquarters, he and Brother Ming were among the few businessmen who were in charge of doing business. Although he often killed and set fires, he felt that he was definitely on the smart side. He felt that if he had not gone astray when he was young, he would have become a very successful businessman. He liked the feeling of primitive capital accumulation, especially looking at the accumulation of wealth. This would make his heart beat faster than any great climax experience. Yes, the key was the accumulation of primitive capital. The club owner in front of him was a businessman. He was teaching a businessman. A magical businessman could buy anything here. Primitive capital accumulation, an ongoing cooperative relationship, maximizing benefits. Countless crazy ideas formed in Buggy's mind. Finally, a crazy idea made Buggy suddenly raise his head. His eyes were hot and full of the original sin called greed. Boss Luo quietly looked at Buggy's changes with a faint smile on his face. This soul was much more interesting than he had imagined. In the boss's vision, Buggy's soul light was like a spectrum. As time passed, it jumped back and forth between different colors. Boss Luo could easily feel the greed in Buggy's eyes that was far beyond ordinary people. This greed was like a regulator, constantly stimulating the changes in his soul light. "Sir, would you like something to drink?" The boss smiled slightly. The broken cup and the residue had been cleaned up by Yi. Boss Luo made a new drink, Bloody Mary. "Okay." Buggy calmed down. He believed that as long as he didn't seek death, the boss's generosity would refresh his understanding of things. He was like a regular customer coming to a bar that he frequented, sitting in front of the counter. Buggy drank the Bloody Mary in one gulp. Feeling the burning sensation in his throat, he licked his lips and suddenly asked, "A question." "Go ahead." Boss Luo smiled slightly. "We are happy to answer customers' questions. Of course, some inquiries need to be charged." Buggy nodded and looked at the young and mysterious boss. Then he looked at the beautiful servant girl beside him. He was intoxicated for a moment, but he soon sobered up. First, he had experienced too much influence from his two best friends, Lucifer and Charlotte. His resistance to beauty was far beyond ordinary people. Second, he clearly understood what kind of woman he could mess with and what kind of woman he couldn't afford. Third, messing with women was not as good as making money. So he took a deep breath and asked nervously, "Between you and Lucifer, who is more powerful?" Boss Luo pondered and tried to use the most accurate words to describe the gap between the two, but Miss Maid had already taken over the topic. She looked at Buggy and smiled. "Have you heard of the manta ray?" Buggy nodded. "I know. The manta ray is the devil ray." Miss Maid said indifferently, "Do you know the blue whale?" Buggy nodded again. Yi finally said, "That's the gap between us." Buggy was stunned, and then his face became a little strange. Would it kill you to be modest? However, this calm confidence infected Buggy. Although he didn't really think that there was such a huge gap between the two, at least it seemed that she should be a little more powerful than Lucifer. At least, he had failed to summon Lucifer. That supercilious, mysterious, and powerful dark queen seemed to have suffered a little. Buggy could vaguely feel that the source was the contract between him and Lucifer. Buggy was silent for a long time, then shook his head. "I have a rough idea of your transaction method. The most valuable thing on my body is my soul, right?" "Yes." Boss Luo nodded. Buggy said helplessly, "But my soul has long been marked by a certain devil. It seems that in your rules, it is no longer my own private property?" Boss Luo said indifferently, "Well, in theory, if all the 3 wishes you have not been fulfilled, it still belongs to you." With that, Boss Luo grabbed the air, and a yellowed page appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Take a look. Is this the contract you signed with her?" Boss Luo pushed the page in front of Buggy. Buggy raised his hands in disbelief, and his eyes quickly scanned the contents of every line. He said in horror, "This is... How did this contract end up in your hands?" "Tearing it is useless, customer." Boss Luo said indifferently. This contract is not the original. It is just a copy I made. I just want you to confirm the contents. Please look at the 30th section of the 5th clause. It says, only when all the wishes of the devotee are fulfilled, the devotee must offer his soul. F***CK. How did you do that? At the same time, Buggy even had a magical illusion. He was now like a person in a lawsuit, and he was now looking for loopholes in the case documents with his lawyer. Well, we can actually fight this lawsuit like this. If we start from this point, blah, 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 this contract, can I buy it from you? Buggy's breathing suddenly became rapid. As long as the original copy of this contract was torn, the contract between him and Lucifer would be invalid. Even if it was invalid, the wishes that had been fulfilled would not be recalled. This was the precious information he obtained from an employee of the Blazing Hot Lips bar by using 20 female students and 20 gigolos. Theoretically, you can buy it as long as you can afford it. It came back to the problem of the funds he held. Sure enough, the key was the original capital that he could accumulate. I understand. Buggy took a deep breath at this moment. I want to buy the method of collecting souls. It doesn't need to be too advanced, just the simplest or even the most violent method will do. Since it still belongs to me, then I can use it, right? The boss said, yes, you can. However, customer, although your soul still belongs to you, because you have signed a contract with someone else, considering that after we send the goods to you, there will be obstacles when we retrieve them in the future, I think the value of your soul will be slightly lower. Buggy did not mind the other party's behavior of lowering the price. Which businessman would not lower the price when doing business? That was the most normal thing to do. As for the matter of using one's own soul, who would care about that? Even if Buggy vaguely knew a lot about souls after death from the mouths of those stupid demons who often drank too much in the Blazing Hot Lips bar, he did not care about the matter of handing over his own soul. It was like doing business in urgent need of money and then getting a loan from the bank. To get a loan, you always have to mortgage something to the bank. Mortgage real estate? It doesn't matter. I can earn it back in the future. I can redeem it in the future. This was a very normal businessman's idea, how to cash out more capital. And what he wanted to cash out was the method of collecting souls. When he could collect a large number of souls, he could naturally buy more things from here. And he would also reach a long-term cooperative relationship with this club. Just like the relationship between a dealer and a supplier, maybe he could get a lot of discounts in the future. The method of collecting souls? Boss Luo nodded. There is indeed a set of methods that are more suitable for you, customer. At the same time, it is also easier to operate, and even ordinary people can use it. What is it? Buggy's breathing quickened again. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Buggy's eyes seemed to be filled with these two words. At this moment, in Boss Luo's vision, Buggy's soul was like a burning magnesium strip, emitting a dazzling strong light. Faith. Boss Luo gently spat out this sentence from his mouth. Many people felt that today was a particularly unlucky day. The peaceful harbor city was hit by a strong storm, and the observatory did not broadcast any news beforehand. This caused a lot of people to suffer a lot of losses, especially the private yachts anchored at the dock. The owners of the yachts were even more helpless. Of course, the losses were far more than that, because during the storm, the communication of the entire city was horribly attacked. Whether it was mobile phones, landline phones, or even computers, a large number of electronic products were damaged at the same time. Arnold frowned, looking at his mobile phone, which had completely black screen. Not only him, but the people around him were also in the same situation. As for the several TVs displayed on the cabinets of the electronic stores on the street, they directly turned into snow vases. I heard that if the activity of sunspots is particularly strong, it will cause a strong impact on us, and then cause electronic components to malfunction. Beside his ears was a man who thought he knew a lot of things, talking to his companion. Arnold shook his head. not interested in participating in such a street discussion. He looked at the messy scene on the street after being hit by the strong wind and tightened his school bag. His clothes were wet from the storm, so he needed to find a place to change his clothes first. Fortunately, this strange storm left as quickly as it came, but it was already close to dusk, and now the storm was gradually dissipating, and the whole sky was completely dark. Arnold looked around and quickly walked to a nearby public toilet. Chapter 807. Apparently, it was not just the communication that was affected. Even the power transmission in some areas was affected. When Arnold walked into the public toilet, he found that it was dark all around. Only the emergency light inside was on. Arnold shook his head and cursed his bad luck. Then he quickly placed his backpack on the basin and took out clean clothes to change into. He was just about to take off his shirt, but at this moment he seemed to have thought of something. He had only flipped through half of his shirt when he immediately put down again. Then he looked around cautiously. Finally, he seemed to see a dark shadow in the mirror, standing behind him. Arnold was startled. He quickly turned around and immediately felt a sense of horror. He didn't know when, or even silently, someone had already stood behind him. He could tell that it was a woman. However, the woman seemed to be lowering her head. Her long, wet hair hung loosely in front of her face, and her body was soaked. She looked like a drowning person who had been rescued by the shore. Arnold could vaguely make out a pair of eyes filled with hatred through the gaps in her hair. Arnold was so shocked that he stumbled backward and bumped into the basin. He subconsciously placed both hands on the basin to steady his body. At that moment, the woman's arm suddenly moved. It was a Western-style knife, the kind used to cut steak. The knife was directly pressed against Anua's throat. The hard touch made Anua feel a chill run down his spine. For a moment, he dared not move. He was afraid that if the woman took another step forward, the Western-style knife would stab into his throat. If that happened, only death would await him. "Don't be impulsive," Arnold called out nervously. "Where is it?" The woman screamed and raised her head. The faint emergency light from the public toilet shone on her face, making her look like an evil spirit. Arnold sucked in a breath of cold air and said in horror, Where is it?" "Where is it?" The woman screamed again and rushed forward. The Western-style knife that was protruding from Arnold's throat pierced slightly into his flesh. However, this blunt object only pressed down on Arnold's skin, causing his skin to sink into his muscles. It did not really pierce through, but it was enough to make a person scared. "What? I don't know what you're talking about." Arnold took a deep breath and tried his best not to provoke her. "Miss you. Did you recognize the wrong person?" You murderer. Bandit." The woman grew even more agitated, and she appeared to have gone mad. "You killed Livier and stole my money. You unforgivable scum." Livia. Arnold was stunned for a moment before he quickly said, "You're the woman who escaped this morning." The knife stabbed into his throat again. Arnold could feel that the next time this woman exerted force, even if it was not a sharp object, it could pierce his throat. "You're asking the obvious. You scum. I'll kill you." Relax. Listen to me. I'm not the person you're talking about." Arnold instantly grabbed hold of the woman's arm. As a man, he was much stronger than this woman. The two of them got tangled up and fell to the ground at the same time. However, this woman seemed to have gone mad, and Arnold was incapable of holding her down. "Scum. No. Listen to me. I'm really not the person you're talking about." Arnold hastily said, "I'm Arnold. Which scum are you talking about?" "Hailey. My brother. My twin brother. He has the same face as me and has done all sorts of bad things. You have to believe me." "Scum. You're still lying to me." I have proof. Arnold struggled to speak. "I really have proof." Arnold was finally able to subdue this woman. Both his hands pressed down on the woman's hands, and his body pressed down on hers, making it impossible for her to move. Then he said agitatedly, "Listen to me. Listen, you cannot resist now. As long as I shout a few words, I'll be able to find someone. Then I'll get them to call the police over and take you away. See, I'm not doing that at all. I'm even trying to calm you down. Why is that?" The woman continued to struggle and scream. "If you want to prove your innocence, if you want to find that scum you're talking about, then relax. Do you think I'll believe a scum like you? But you have to believe me now, don't you?" Arnold panted. "At least you still have some hope. But miss, if you continue to go crazy, then I'll have no choice but to call for help. Truth be told, there's no need for me to explain all this to you. Look, I've already subdued you. I can call for someone to take you away at any time. Then, when you get to the police station, you won't be able to defend yourself. Because there, you won't be able to get a fair trial. Isn't that right? Think about it. Calm down and think about it carefully. If I'm the murderer, do I have to say all this to you?" The woman's resistance seemed to weaken slightly. Arnold quickly said, "Think about it. If I'm the person you're talking about, why didn't the police take me away too?" "Because I wasn't at home last night. The police will only believe me if they find something to prove it, right?" The woman's resistance weakened slightly again. Arnold saw that his words seemed to be effective, so he relaxed a little. "Miss, please believe me, okay? I can prove what I said, and maybe I can help you a little." The woman suddenly stopped moving. Arnold heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed a little again. But at this time his daughter suddenly slammed her forehead into his eyes. Arnold cried out in pain, and the woman directly opened her mouth and bit his palm. She was given the opportunity to resist, and she quickly extricated herself from Arnold's suppression. Then she quickly picked up the table knife that had fallen to the ground and quickly stood up. Anua also quickly got up. The two of them were less than half a meter away from each other and were in a deadlock. Anua grabbed the place where he had been bitten. This woman was really vicious. She had directly bitten through his skin. At this time, someone walked into the public toilet. Seeing this, the woman angrily threw the table knife at Arnold. At the same time, she knocked the man away and rushed out of the toilet. "Hey, what the hell happened? Bro, are you having sex with your girlfriend here?" Arnold smiled bitterly, grabbed the table knife from the ground, and stammered a few words. Then he lowered his head, ignored the man, and quickly left. Along the way, Arnold looked back from time to time with a vigilant look. He didn't take the bus. At this time, the bus system seemed to have stopped a lot. His footsteps were very fast. After walking for more than 2 hours, he finally walked across the road and into the nearest slum. Arnold seemed to be very familiar with this place. Finally, he came to a shabby house. He took out the key, looked around, and then opened the door and walked in. This place seemed to have stopped because of the strange storm in the afternoon. But soon the house was lit up. It should be a candle or something like that. Anua found something in the room and then returned to the hall. He had lit the candle on the table, so he directly pulled out a chair and sat at the table. Arnold sighed and suddenly said, "Miss, are you here?" He called into the darkness, but didn't get a response. Arnold continued, "Miss, I didn't lock the door. You should be able to come in, right? I know where you are hiding. Come, this is the evidence I want to show you, the evidence to prove that I am not the scumbag you are talking about." As he spoke, Anua looked around nervously. In the end, he placed the thing he had found, the photo album, on the dining table and opened it. Arnold said slowly, "I have an older brother. His name is Haley. He has been a naughty person since he was born." He pointed at a photo in the album. "This is him, and the person next to him is me." This was an old photo. The photo should have been taken in an elementary school. In it, a pair of twin boys were looking at the camera at the same time, smiling. Arnold opened the album page by page and slowly talked about his past. "This was taken when I was in high school after a football game. Haley wanted to be a football player since he was a child, but he was too good at causing trouble. Once he got into a fight with someone and hurt his knee. He had the opportunity to join a good local football club, but he gave up because of the injury. This is our graduation photo when we graduated from high school. Miss, are you here? There was still no response in the darkness. Arnold, however, continued, Hailey and I are like the heads and tails of a coin. He is the scumbag that people call trash. But I have always been recognized by people. I got a scholarship with my own efforts and walked out of this place. I also got a lot of funding in the university. I took this photo during the opening ceremony of the university. It was taken by my father. Miss, are you here? There was still no response in the darkness. Arnold sighed and smiled bitterly. He shook his head and closed the album. He rubbed his forehead and propped it with his hand. But then a strange sound rang out. Arnold abruptly opened his eyes. Under the flickering candlelight, the woman who had attacked him in the public toilet appeared across the table. She flipped open the photo album and flipped through the pages quickly without saying a word. Miss, you are really here, Arnold called out softly. The woman frowned and raised her head to look at Arnold. She suddenly asked, You really weren't at home last night? I was studying at school last night. I can find someone who can be my witness. I did come back this morning, Arnold quickly said. The woman frowned again. You have a twin brother. Why didn't Livia mention it to me? Didn't you tell her? As her boyfriend, why did you keep it from her? Arnold quickly waved his hand and said, Miss, firstly, I don't know this Livia you are talking about. Secondly, she can't be my girlfriend. You. The woman stood up in agitation. Then she seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly said, White hell! What? Arnold was stunned, and he looked at the woman in confusion. What hell? Miss, I know you must be feeling terrible right now, but at the very least it is not hell, right? The woman, however, sat down and stared at Arnold without blinking. Do you rarely come home? Arnold said. In the past 2 months, I have been busy with my studies, the experiments at school, and my internship. Most of the time, I rarely come home. The woman continued, This person. I am talking about your brother. Does he have the key to your house? Arnold shook his head. I am not sure. Once he came to my house. A few days later, I found that the spare key to my house was missing. The woman asked again, Then why didn't you change the lock? Arnold smiled bitterly and said, There is nothing valuable in my house. If I say that I need to change the lock because I lost the key, my landlady will definitely flip. Besides, I might not know where I put it and couldn't find it. Later, I forgot about it. He frowned and looked at the woman. You said that Livia is my girlfriend, but I don't know her at all. Wait, when did Livia say that she has a boyfriend? How did they meet? White hell, the woman said dejectedly. She said that she met you in this nightclub. Arnold quickly said, Miss, my financial situation does not allow me to spend money in that kind of place. Don't say anything first. Let me think. The woman shook her head and wiped her face. She began to recall some of the things that Livia told her about her and her boyfriend. She said that they met in a nightclub. That night, she drank too much and was pestered by several hooligans. Originally, it was not a big deal for her to be pestered. After all, Livia was not a good girlfriend. At most, she would just treat it as being bitten by a dog. But he didn't expect that a man would step forward to save him. She said that the man was very handsome and was a student of a famous university. He had earned a scholarship through his own efforts. She said that he was usually very busy with his studies, and she did not want him to know about her. Thus, she would only meet him when he was not busy with his studies. Generally, she would wait for him to take the initiative to contact her. She said that there was no future between them, but she enjoyed this sudden love very much. If Arnold was not the Arnold that Livia mentioned, that would mean Arnold's twin brother had impersonated him and used his identity to hook up with Livia. Indeed, compared to those hooligans who did not know what would happen tomorrow, a famous university student with the status of a future elite was more likely to attract some ignorant women. Olivia was one of those ignorant women who had the habit of daydreaming. "Why did you come back to this place?" She stared at Arnold again, attempting to read his expression. Arnold smiled dryly and said, "I said that I would give you evidence. Besides, I had a feeling that you would not give up so easily. Thus, after coming out from the toilet, I thought that you might be following me. Thus, I came back here. This is the place where my parents lived before they passed away. I will take this with me." The woman suddenly stood up. "But I will not believe you so easily. If I find out that you have lied to me, I will not let you go. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go." She walked directly to the door. However, before she could take 2 steps, she fell to the ground. Arnold hurriedly got up and walked over to help her sit up. "How are you?" The woman only covered her ankle with her palm, revealing a pained expression. Arnold frowned. "Did you sprain it in the toilet? You even walked so far?" The woman did not speak. She stubbornly tilted her head. Arnold said, "Wait a moment. I will get you some medicine for your sprain. My brother, Haley, used to get injured often. We have a lot of medicine at home. I just don't know if it has expired." As he spoke, Arnold hurriedly stood up and walked to a place where the candlelight could not reach. He seemed to be searching for something. Not long after, a Nuwa came back with a spray in his hand. He took off the woman's shoes and watched her reaction. Then he began to spray the spray. "It may hurt a little, but just bear with it for a while." The room was very hot and stuffy because of the power outage. Arnold's face was covered with sweat. He adjusted his glasses and continued to focus on treating the woman's ankle injury. Only then did the woman see a row of very eye-catching bite marks on Arnold's palm. There was even blood. She subconsciously said, "I'm sorry, it's nothing. You were wronged." "I would do the same if I were you," Arnold replied casually. The woman said, "I'm talking about the wound on your hand." Arnold subconsciously raised his hand to take a look. He smiled and said, "It's nothing. I am a man. This little injury is nothing. You, on the other hand, walked so far with a sprain. That's really tough. How do you feel? Do you feel better?" The flickering candlelight made Arnold's face look unusually gentle. It seemed that a string in her heart had been plucked at this moment. My name is Caroline. Ding dong. Ding dong." The doorbell rang for a long time. Only then did the door of this exquisite seaside apartment open. Luacho walked out and found that the person standing in front of the door was indeed Song Haran. "Mr. Song." Luacho revealed a surprised expression. "I'm sorry. There was a power outage. I was busy looking for something to light up the room. That's why I made you wait a little longer." The truth was, the boss had just returned from the club after finishing an interesting transaction. "It's okay." Song Haran smiled. "Today's weather is indeed a little strange. I also had some obstacles on my way." Luacho nodded. After a moment of silence in front of the door, he said, "Any results?" Chapter 808. It seems that I can only find this candle. After bringing Song Haran into this seaside apartment, Luacho pointed at the candle on the coffee table, feeling helpless. "It's indeed a sudden strange weather." Song Haran sat down and looked at the orange flame of the candle. Even the communication equipment was damaged. He shook his head. This kind of thing probably only happens in movies. Luacho smiled and didn't say anything. He couldn't say that his hands were itchy, so he brought a natural disaster to the city. "By the way, where's your girlfriend?" Song Haran looked around at this time. This was the 4th time he met with Luacho. In the first 3 times, he saw the girl who was inseparable from him. Luacho poured a glass of lemonade and said casually, "She's tired today, so she went to bed early." "Oh, then let her rest more." Song Haran didn't seem to mind, or rather, his expression made him feel that there was no third party present at this time, which was more to his liking. He looked at Luacho and said, "I think you may have guessed something when I came here this time, right?" Luacho nodded. Song Haran said directly, then I'll beat around the bush. This is the test report I got from the hospital. I watched the whole process. Fortunately, the result came out before the storm. Otherwise, I'm afraid I have to wait for more time. Speaking of this, Song Haran smiled slightly. It seems that this is God's will. Gods will let me deal with this matter today. Luochio took the test report from Song Haran and read it carefully without replying. Song Haran waited quietly. He knew that no matter who it was, facing such a result, they would need some time to digest. After a long time, Luochio slowly sighed. It seems that my grandfather is Song Tianyin. Mr. Song, thank you for bringing me this news. Song Haran laughed and said, Mr. Song, you should change the way you address me. According to seniority, you should call me uncle, and a real uncle at that. Luochio thought for a while. He looked at Song Haran and suddenly said, I need some time. Even for Rin Xiling, after so many years, Luochio had never called out Mom, let alone Song Haran. Song Haran didn't know that the so-called little time in front of him would probably take a very, very long time. He only thought that it was just a matter of time before he got used to it, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Suddenly meeting a stranger on the streets of a foreign country, and after a few coincidences, discovering that the two parties were relatives who had been separated for a long time. If it were Song Haran himself, he would not be able to accept it immediately. But it didn't matter. Song Haran believed that there would be plenty of time in the future for the Song family's bloodline, who had been lost outside, to acknowledge their ancestors. Let's not talk about this first. Song Haran nodded and then said seriously, Luochio, when do you plan to go back this time? Do you need me to go somewhere? Luochio thought for a while and asked. Song Haran smiled and said, as expected of a member of the Song family, you're a smart child. Then I'll get straight to the point. My father wants to meet you in person, but it's not convenient for him to go out, so I hope you can come with me. Song Haran looked at Luochio's expression and said slowly and carefully, Of course, it's not that we're asking you to do anything, but as a younger generation, it's natural for you to go and meet your elders. And I also hope that you can come with me. Don't worry, if you don't have enough time to get a visa, I can help you deal with it. Right? Doesn't your father have a second wife? If it's convenient, I can send someone to pick her up. Luochio shook his head and suddenly said, I don't want her to know about this for the time being. Song Haran didn't ask any more questions. He was a person who grew up with a very traditional education from Song Tianyu. Song Tianyu was an ambitious and ruthless person from the old era, so he didn't lack some of the ideas of the old era. For example, the words of the man in the family had the final say. As for Luochio's branch, he was the only male descendant. Thus Luochio could make his own decisions. In fact, as Song Tianyu's biological elder brother, Song Tianyin belonged to the eldest branch of the Song family. As for Luochio, he could be considered as the eldest grandson of the Song family. For the Song family, which used to be a large family, the matters of etiquette were particularly particular. The words of a male descendant of the eldest branch were naturally more important than the opinions of a concubine of the eldest branch. Thus Song Haran nodded and said, Yes, I can listen to you on this matter. Then when can we leave? Luochio frowned slightly. Mr. Song, before we leave, is there anything else you should tell me? For example, your background and so on. A normal businessman shouldn't have that kind of skill, right? Song Haran wasn't surprised that Luochio would have such doubts, or perhaps it was because Luochio had such doubts that he felt it was normal. Otherwise, this young man's calmness was close to that of a monster. I'm sorry, I can't tell you too much right now. Song Haran was silent for a while. However, you have the qualifications to know everything. I think it would be more appropriate for my father to tell you personally. Luochio was expressionless. Song Haran knew that it wouldn't be so easy to get rid of him. Although his father said that he must bring him back, Song Haran naturally didn't like to use violence. After all, this was a family of blood. If he didn't have a good impression of him from the beginning, it would be more troublesome to improve their relationship in the future. let's put it this way. Song Howren decided to reveal some information in advance. We don't do honest business, but you can rest assured that my father is very principled. Although our business is extensive, we have never touched anything of the motherland. What we earn is the money of the foreigners. Luocio nodded. Song Howren quickly said at this time, but you can rest assured that you will never encounter any danger on the way. Or rather, as long as we are in South America and want to protect a person with all our strength, he will definitely not die. I want to think about it. Luocio gave an answer after a long time. This answer didn't seem to be beyond Song Howren's expectation. He knew very well that going too far was as bad as falling short. So he stood up very decisively. This is my phone number. The communication should be restored tomorrow. I will wait for your reply. After that, I won't leave here for the time being. I'll send you off. Luocio nodded. Song Howren quickly left the seaside park and walked on the dim seaside path. At this time, Luocio slowly closed the door and walked into the apartment. The candle was less than half burned, and Luocio, who was standing in front of the candlelight, was like an illusion. A gust of sea breeze blew from outside, and he scattered into fine dust and disappeared. This was just a temporary doppelganger. The boss's real body was still in the club. In the study, Boss Luo slowly opened his eyes. Many times he could see Yu Ye's face at the first moment when he opened his eyes, which made him feel comfortable. The servant girl was holding a tray covered with a black cloth. She looked at her master and asked, "Has Mr. Song left?" "Yes, he has." Luocio nodded. "Fortunately, I left a temporary doppelganger in the apartment." Yu Yi smiled. It seems that Mr. Song and the others finally know the answer. Luocio said softly, "It will be soon. I think it will take 1 or 2 days. Have you found the thing?" Yu Yi put the tray in front of Luocio and then lifted the black cloth on it. There were 3 different things on it. The first was a crown made of some kind of metal, and its shape was woven with olive branches and leaves. The second item was a silver ring. The last thing he saw was a transparent, black crystal bottle. Boss Luo took the olive branch crown in his hand and played with it. At the same time, the information about this crown appeared in his mind. This was the gospel crown. As for the ring, it was a tool that could give ordinary people the ability to use magic. Its name was quite simple: Ring of Blessing. This kind of blessing could not give people luck as if they were favored by the goddess of luck, but it could cheer people up, relieve pain, and get rid of some minor illnesses and pains. At the same time, it gave people positivity, optimism, and kindness. Of course, the real source of the Ring of Blessing's effect was that it could give ordinary people a strong psychological hint. By stimulating some of the people's potential, it could slightly improve a person's spirit and physical strength. As for the black crystal bottle, it was actually a vessel used to collect and preserve souls, similar to the box that Boss Luo once gave to Tyrant Nero. Looking at the 3 pieces in front of him, Boss Luo suddenly smiled and said, "Why don't we change the name?" Miss Maid said softly, "Master, give it a name." Boss Luo had a flash of mischievous interest and said, "Let's call it the Quack Set." "Well, let's call it this name." Miss Maid was still elegant. Boss Luo was very bored. He shook his head and said, "Since this is the gospel crown and the ring and bottle are also for auxiliary use, let's call it the gospel set. Later, send them to Buggy and teach him how to use them." "Understood." Miss Maid nodded. Boss Luo looked at Yu Yi at this time and said coldly, "I will leave alone for a while. During my absence, I will temporarily give you the same authority as me. If there is business, you can make the decision yourself." Miss Maid nodded and followed her master's orders unconditionally. Luocio said, "Since you make the decision yourself, we will do it according to your preferences. I am lazy this time, but I hope that when I come back, I can see some of your masterpieces." "Don't you need to bring Yu Yi along?" Miss Maid suddenly asked softly. After this time, see which Black Soul's vacation is about to end and wake them up. Boss Luo was silent for a moment. At present, only you can help Buggy. I am most assured. I understand. Yu Yi nodded. Then I will go out, master. Wait. The Miss Servant turned round. Boss Luo said softly, even if I am not here, remember to eat on time. Taste different flavors and remember them in your heart. Tell me when I'm back. Okay. Finally, after you left the study, Luocio said to himself. After following the previous master for hundreds of years, her knowledge and experience are far beyond mine. Then, when you don't have to worry about restrictions and can make decisions for yourself, the saintess who holds the flag of freedom high, he seemed to be looking forward to something, and pondered. Caroline curled up in the corner of the sofa, draped in a blanket that Arno found for her. The power had not been restored, and the communication system was still blocked. Even the TV series could not be watched. The old-fashioned radio that Arnold found only had static. There was no incandescent light, only candlelight. Everything seemed to have returned to an era before modern civilization. Only men and women were in the same room. Do you want to eat beans? Arnold's voice came from the darkness. Caroline could see a moving, blurry figure. In this case, it was obviously impossible to order takeout. As for cooking by herself, it was even more impossible. So Arnold was making some canned food. Thank you. Arnold walked out of the darkness with 2 plates in his hands. Caroline took one of the plates. Perhaps because she was too tired, she had not eaten since she woke up in the morning. At this time, her stomach was rumbling with hunger. This cheap canbean unexpectedly exuded a tempting fragrance. You really can't remember what happened last night. As he ate, Arnold looked at Caroline hesitantly. Before this, Caroline had briefly explained what happened before she escaped in the morning. Caroline put down the spoon and shook her head. I really can't remember. When I woke up, I saw Olivia sitting on a stool, her body covered in blood. Back then, I was very scared. I don't know why, but I was still holding on to a blood-stained knife. After saying that, Caroline turned to look at Arnold with a complicated expression. Arnold lowered his head with a wry smile and said faintly, I don't know what the police think, but if it were me, I would believe you. Why? Caroline abruptly asked. Arnold sighed and said, No one knows better than me how bad of a person Haley is. Do you know? My mother has a bad heart, we all know that. However, Haley angered her to the point of having a heart attack. On the day of the funeral, he was still taking heroin with a group of people and did not appear. Caroline was stunned. She could clearly see the hatred contained within Arnold's eyes. If she were to put herself in his shoes, Arnold's hatred toward Haley was not without reason. For example, this time, she had mistaken the 2 of them and nearly stabbed Arnold's body with a Western food. Since he was a child, perhaps he had encountered many cases where he had to take the blame for Haley. Can you find him? Haley? Arnold shook his head and said, I would never take the initiative to look for him, especially not so long ago. After he was released from prison, we basically had no contact, except for that time when he came to my house to look for me. Arnold suddenly sneered and said, Back then I thought that this person might have some regrets after being in prison. Unexpectedly, he came to me to borrow money. Do you know why he wanted to borrow money? He wanted to buy a gift to make a woman happy. The reason was that he wanted to snatch the woman away from him. Yes, that woman was his enemy's girlfriend. Caroline shook her head. She had actually met many people like Haley, both in the slums and in the outside world. The filthy nature of men was something she could never imagine. Does he usually go anywhere? Caroline asked. I don't know. Arnold shook his head. Seemingly recalling something, he suddenly asked, By the way, when you attacked me, what did you say that I snatched your money? How much did you lose? Do you need it urgently? If possible, I still have some savings here. I can. No need. Caroline shook her head. How could a poor student like Arnold be able to repay the money in that bank card? You shouldn't have brought so much cash with you. Arnold sighed. Caroline frowned and said, "How do you know how much I brought?" Arnold was stunned and said, "Not much, but I saw that you were very excited at that time. I think the amount should be quite a lot, right?" Caroline turned her face away and said, "It's nothing. It's just a bank card." Arnold breathed a sigh of relief and said, "A bank card? Well, you can go and report the loss. Besides, even if he took your card, it would be useless. He can't possibly know the password, right?" Chapter 809. It was the first rain after New Year's Day. Because of the rain, the temperature in the south dropped by 6 or 7 degrees Celsius. Finally, it was winter. Sher Shiji wrapped himself in a long gray windbreaker, getting off the car. He told the driver the time to wait, then pressed the doorbell of the Zhang's mansion. A servant came out quickly, leading him to the study of Zhang Lilinfang, the old lady of the Zhang family. "Manager, sure, I won't go in. The old lady is waiting for you inside." The servant left politely. "I'll get a cup of tea for you." "Thank you," Sher Shiji replied. "You don't have to be so polite." As a senior member of the Zhang group, Sher Shiji had been working there since the generation of Zhang Qingrui's father. Now he was the general manager of the group, so it was normal for him to visit the Zhang family. After knocking at the door and getting a reply from the old lady, Sher Shiji tidied up his clothes, pushing the door open and entering. He walked straight to the front of the desk. The old lady had been recuperating at home since she fell and got injured a few months ago. Except for the birthday celebration earlier, she hadn't shown up in public for a long time. Of course, the old lady had been living in seclusion these years. There were still many people who wanted to visit her every day, but they were stopped by the servants. "Madam, you look much better. Shiji, you're here. Have a seat." Zhang Lilinfang smiled. "Where's the young lady?" Sher Shiji pulled the chair and sat down, asking. "That girl went to school, saying that the final exam is coming. She has just transferred to another department, so her studies are behind. She needs to work hard, so she comes back late recently." A person like Sher Shiji, if placed in the old era, would belong to the type of retainer, a close person, a trusted subordinate. Modern people were impetuous and utilitarian, so it was hard to find a loyal and affectionate person like Sher Shiji. That was why he could be in a high position in the group. But on the other hand, it also showed that the Zhang family had no one to rely on. If Sher Shiji went further, he might be able to peep into the board of directors of the group. Some thoughts flashed through Zhang Lilinfang's mind, but she looked calm. She closed the Buddhist scripture that she was reading and pondered for a moment. Sher Shiji was quite adept at figuring out what the old lady was thinking. He immediately asked, "Madam, is there something troubling you?" Zhang Lilinfang shook her head. "It's not really troublesome. It's just that things are out of my expectation. Or, as the old saying goes, the world is unpredictable." "Madam?" Zhang Lilanfang moved the Buddhist scriptures on the table away. There was a photo under the scriptures. She pushed the photo out a little and Sher Shiji understood. He quickly took it and looked at it, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. "Isn't this young man Mrs.?" He looked at the old lady in surprise. He recognized the young man in the photo and even investigated his background. The young man in the photo was Luoqiu, a classmate of Miss Zhang. That class was a little special. Usually, only Miss Zhang and the young man in the photo attended the class. The old lady thought that the young man had ulterior motives, so she secretly investigated him. But later, the class was cancelled and Luoqiu dropped out of school. After that, he seemed to have no contact with Miss Zhang, so the investigation was left unfinished. If the old lady didn't take out the photo and stimulate his memory, Sher Shiji would have almost forgotten the existence of this young man. "Madam, why did this young man come to contact Miss Zhang again?" Sher Shiji frowned. "If it's just this, it's easy to deal with." Zhang Lilinfang said helplessly, "Yesterday, an old friend of mine came to me. He said that he found a descendant of his long-lost family. So he asked me to do him a favor and investigate something carefully. Him. Sure, Shiji looked at the young man in the photo again in astonishment. The surrounding buildings didn't seem to be built in China. It seemed to be built abroad, but he couldn't figure out the specific location. The photo was taken from the side. It seemed to be taken secretly. That old friend of mine has confirmed it. Zhang Lilinfang counted the Buddhist beads on her wrist. You can investigate it carefully, especially his father. My old friend told me that Luocchio's father died in an accident, but the record isn't very detailed. You can look for it. Sure, Shiji nodded, but asked with doubt, Madam, if you really want to investigate the background, is it better to ask a Qi to do it? The Zhang family had a very complicated power behind its back. On the surface, the Zhang family did business, which was developed by the old lady after she joined the Zhang family. But secretly, the old lady, as the daughter of the Li family, also had some business of her own. But it wasn't public. But the annual profit of the Li family behind her might be much more than that of the Zhang family's group. And the Qi mentioned by Shi Shiji was now the person in charge of the Li family's business. He had a very large intelligence network. His father is a public official. Zhang Lilinfang said indifferently, Have you forgotten? Oh, I remember, he's a policeman. Sure, Shiji nodded. Our group is going to give some funds to the director of the bureau. I'll ask their leader about it. You can ask, but don't make it public. Zhang Lilinfang warned, My old friend's identity is a bit special. It's inconvenient to disclose it. Sure, Shiji gave a start, then nodded solemnly. Since the old lady used the word special, he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. You can go now. Let me know if there's any news. Zhang Lilinfang waved her hand. Sure, Shiji nodded and left. He had planned to go back to the company for a meeting. But thinking of the old lady's order, he asked the driver to call back the company to cancel today's meeting. And help me make an appointment with Director Chin. Tell him I want to treat him to a meal. Yes, manager, sure. Zhang Lilinfang was still in the study, counting the Buddhist beads and reciting the Guanyin Heart Sutra. After she finished reciting, she picked up the phone. Madam, what can I do for you? It was an old and gloomy voice. 7, do something for me. Zhang Lilinfang said indifferently. Yes, madam. An old friend of mine might come back to China in a few days. Zhang Lilinfang paused, then continued. His identity is a bit special, but he should have a way to get into the country. But you still need to prepare it for me. Okay, I'll prepare the special passage right away. When your friend arrives, I'll send someone to pick him up. Okay, go ahead. Zhang Lilinfang nodded, then said, Is there anything special recently? Madam, our business is normal, and I've received an order recently. I'm considering whether to accept it or not. Originally, I wanted to find more information before I came to you and let you make the decision. Zhang Lilinfang said, Tell me about it. The order was sent by a Japanese man. 7 said, Quickly, he said he had a special map that could lead him to the real main tomb of Qin Shi Huang. He asked to cooperate with us to develop it. Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum? Zhang Lilinfang was very surprised. Someone actually wants it. Is the map real? I'm not sure. Our people are still appraising it. But a few masters said this map could be traced back to the Qin dynasty. But the structure shown on the map couldn't be connected with any known structure of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Zhang Lilinfang pondered. 7 said again, Madam, the country has issued an order a long time ago. No one is allowed to develop Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. What do you think we should do with this order? If the map is real, Zhang Lilinfang's eyes flashed with a trace of shrewdness. As an aristocratic family that had been passed down since ancient times, the Li family had accumulated an unimaginable amount of wealth. Although they had been maintaining this business for a long time, it was mostly because they didn't want this technology to be lost. It was also because of the ancestral teachings. But as the descendant of an aristocratic family, they had some feelings for the legendary mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Many generations of the Li family had devoted themselves to excavating Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Of course, even if they could successfully excavate Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum and dig out some precious secret treasures, it wasn't important to Zhang Lilinfang. What was important was that they could solve this problem that had cost many generations of the Li family. 7. Show me the map. Zhang Lilinfang ordered slowly. Regarding Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, the Li family had already explored it once in the Song dynasty. Their ancestors had passed down a lot of information. This batch of information was even more than the official one. It was a secret. Zhang Lilinfang had thought it would be a secret that wouldn't see the light of day until she died and passed it to Zhang Qingrui. But now maybe she could give it a try. In her lifetime, an old nanny pushed open the door of a room in the monastery, coming in with a bowl of freshly boiled fish soup. In the room, the young nanny was taking care of the unconscious little girl who was picked up from the tree after the storm last night. She hasn't woken up yet? How is she, Shelty? The old nanny put the fish soup on the cabinet beside the bed. The young nanny. Shelty shook her head. She hasn't woken up yet, Nanny Delan. It's a possible child. Nanny Delan put her hand on the little girl's forehead, slowly closing her eyes. May the Lord bless her. At this moment, the unconscious little girl's expression suddenly revealed a trace of pain, and some fine beads of sweat seeped out of her neck. Did she have a nightmare? Shelty grasped the little girl's hand with a bit of heartache, as if this could give her some courage to get through the difficulties. Nanny Delan sighed. I don't know why I couldn't call her. Otherwise we could call the doctor. She seems to have a fever. Her forehead is very hot. I don't know who's so cruel. Shelty was a bit indignant, reaching out her hand to grab the silver collar around the little girl's neck and the small part of the chain. Feed her some fish soup. Nanny Delan said softly, I'll see if there's a way to get someone to help send her to the small clinic in the village. Shelty nodded. Nanny Delan left the room again. Shelty took a spoon and brought the fish soup to the little girl's mouth. But she found that she couldn't feed her no matter what. Shelty was helpless, so she could only drink the fish soup first. Then she leaned over and put her lips on the little girl's lips, slowly passing the fish soup into the little girl's mouth. This wasn't an easy job, and it took more than 10 minutes to feed the little girl a bowl of fish soup using this method. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but the little girl seemed to look better after drinking the fish soup. Shelty then took a plate of warm water and wet a towel, then helped the little girl up and began to wipe her face and neck. She had already changed into a clean set of clothes last night, but the little girl just had a nightmare and was sweating cold sweat, so it wasn't good to get wet. Shelty simply took off the little girl's clothes and began to wipe the little girl's back. She didn't need any skincare products, nor did she need to apply anything. The little girl of this age had smooth and delicate skin, like a freshly peeled egg. The warm cloth wiped the little girl's back little by little. Shelty looked at the little girl's nape, the soft line between her small earlobe and neck, and for some reason, her heart suddenly beat faster. Her breathing also became a bit heavy, and her throat became slightly dry. Shelty shook her head, took a deep breath, and began to hold the hot towel under the little girl's armpits, letting the little girl lie in her arms, and then began to wipe the little girl's front. The small part of the silver chain on her neck was hanging in front of the little girl's chest, sticking close to her. Shelty couldn't move her eyes away from the 2 pink spots on the little girl's body at this time. Her breathing became heavier and heavier. This little girl's body seemed to carry an endless amount of magic, as if it made her lose her own rationality all of a sudden. Unable to suppress the instinctive impulse, Shelty couldn't help but lower her head and gently kiss the little girl's shoulder. Like sucking, her tongue began to move back and forth on the little girl's shoulder. Her hands had already put down the gentle towel, and then climbed up the little girl's body. Why would the body? Shelty suddenly raised her head, and then let go of the little girl in horror, and then looked at her hands, which were trembling a little. Shelty quickly pointed across in front of her, then put her hands together and closed her eyes. "Master, please punish your sinner." Shalty then gritted her teeth, quickly put on the little girl's clothes, and then covered her with a quilt. She didn't dare to look at the little girl and hurriedly went out. She wanted to go to the auditorium, where she had to pray and feel ashamed, or she felt that she would not be forgiven. How could she do such a thing? God, I must have been tempted by the devil. Shalty didn't know that after she left in a hurry, a strange crack suddenly opened in the room, a distorted space. A woman in black and white made clothes walked out of the crack and then stood in front of the bed, Miss Servant Girl of the club. Looking sideways at the little girl who hadn't woken up, Miss Servant Girl of the club didn't have any expression on her face. Her cold eyes made her look like a statue. "You hurt the master, but I didn't say that I would let you go." Miss Servant Girl pressed her hand on the little girl's forehead. "Star of Dawn, the original sin of arrogance. Since you chose to fall in this place, then feel the glory of your father." The servant girl's palm suddenly burned with a black flame. The flame printed a black lotus mark on the little girl's forehead, then sank into her forehead and finally disappeared. Enjoy your vacation. After doing this, Miss Servant Girl returned from the original way. The crack finally disappeared, leaving only the little girl sleeping in the room. She seemed to not have nightmares anymore. Ha! 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 In an abandoned building, Bucky was wearing an olive leaf-style crown. Then he grabbed his wrist and waved his arm again and again. There was a silver ring on the finger of his waving arm. Ha! Ha! He waved again and again. More than an hour had passed, and Bucky's body had long been wet with sweat. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a seemingly emotionless voice came from behind Bucky, which startled him. He quickly turned around and saw the maid in the club. Didn't you ask me to practice?" Bucky swallowed his saliva nervously, so I thought that if I shouted out in a more imposing manner, the effect would be better. Miss Servant Girl said blankly, "You just need to practice the meditation technique that I gave you to improve your spiritual power. The activation of the blessing ring and the gospel mitre only requires spiritual power." Is that so?" Bucky nodded. He always felt that this beautiful maid would suddenly tear his body apart and become bloody again. "Humph! Even if your appearance is better than Lucifer's, don't try to lie to me." Then Miss Servant Girl waved her hand, and a stool appeared in the void. Miss Servant Girl sat down directly, and a picture book appeared in her hand. Bucky's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw that the picture book seemed to be a recipe book. Recipe book? Miss Servant Girl opened the recipe book and looked down. "You can meditate. My master is on a business trip. Before you have some achievements, I will watch you and assist you in soul harvesting. But I'd rather practice alone." Bucky looked at Miss Servant Girl with a pained expression. "Doesn't she know that this will make me feel stressed?" Suddenly, "Right." You looked up at Bucky and said indifferently, "I will leave for breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, and dinner every day. You can do whatever you want, starting from today. Now, there is 1 hour and 37 minutes before afternoon tea." Chapter 8:10. After passing through several checkpoints, the Assistant Secretary of the Minister of Security finally entered a special room after swiping a special password lock and unlocking his pupils and fingerprints for the last time. There were all kinds of advanced equipment here, as well as many professional elites. They were all talents from the army and the police force that had been discovered by the minister. This was the headquarters of the Ministry of State Security, and also the hub that commanded the entire national security system. The secretary was now facing a separate office with glass walls in the room. The curtain was only lowered halfway, but it was enough to see how many people were inside. Only the minister was there. "Minister!" the secretary called after opening the door. The minister, who was leaning on the chair with only a coat over his body, opened his eyes at once. His eyes were bloodshot. It had been 2 days and 3 nights since the hostage incident, and he hadn't really rested or left the command center. He looked very haggard. "Minister, would you like to take a nap in the lounge?" the secretary asked worriedly. The minister waved his hand and rubbed his face hard a few times. His voice was a little hoarse, but still clear. "What's the news?" A lot of things had happened in the past 2 days, the most important of which was the hostage incident at the theater and the assassination of the Senate Speaker. Because everything happened almost at the same time, the president was furious and gave a death order that the murderer must be found in the shortest time possible. The personnel who attended the concert that day are all under investigation. I'll inform you as soon as there's news. The minister was still rubbing his eyebrows. Anything else? The secretary hurriedly opened the file in his hand. It's like this. About the investigation of the hostage incident, the technical department checked the bomb wreckage and found something. The secretary opened the file, turned it around, and pushed it directly to the minister. The director picked up the document and read it carefully. He would not be careless about anything, even if it was something trivial that was mentioned in the document. But his brows suddenly furrowed. The residue of black gunpowder. The secretary nodded. Yes, the technical department said that based on the wreckage of the bomb, they can deduce that this thing should be a standard production. Logically speaking, the amount of explosives buried in the theater should be enough to blow up the whole theater. But for some unknown reason, the highly concentrated explosives inside turned into black powder. We found an activated detonator from Roger's body. I believe he wanted to activate the bomb before he died, intending to die together with us. But the last resort that should have been used to perish together actually turned into black gunpowder that has no power at all. The minister pondered for a moment. Do you think Roger was tricked when he got these bombs? The secretary shook his head. I believe that a buyer like him would at least check the bomb. That's strange. The minister was even more puzzled, and he looked at his secretary. In addition, something strange happened during the rescue of the head of parliament. According to the testimony of the storm squad, before they arrived, Crocodile and the other criminal were already unconscious, but only the head of parliament was left in the room. We believe that the head of parliament didn't have the ability to save the two of them. The secretary added, in fact, when they were in the concert hall, the criminals guarding the theater also fell into a coma for no reason. Later on, when our people seized the guns, we found that the magazines in the guns were all gone. However, according to what the hostages said at that time, the guns should have bullets because the criminals had fired before. Things seemed to be getting stranger and stranger. The minister suddenly had a bad feeling. When something was beyond common knowledge, it was easy to fall into an inexplicable fear. There was no doubt that the minister wasn't a person who liked things that couldn't be explained. Send people to investigate the theater again. Don't miss anything, the minister ordered. Then he seemed to think of something. By the way, has the outside communication and power been restored? Someone is already repairing it, but the scope is too wide. Several main cables have been burned because of a short circuit. I'm afraid it will take at least another 48 hours to restore the city's power. As for the communication, it can be repaired soon. But during the storm, most of the electronic devices on hand have been burned. Currently, there are not so many mobile phones on the market. I'm afraid this is a more troublesome matter. Despite this, the security department's hub still worked as usual because the equipment and power supply system here were independent systems, so the security here was remarkable. Why? We specifically asked several professors in the Scientific Research Institute, but their explanations are not consistent. The secretary said helplessly, I also asked the observatory. They also said that they didn't find any particularly strong activity in the sun. The kidnapping, the assassination of the senator, the disaster of the storm, all happened in the past 2 days. It's like a world dominated by horror in the movies. The minister suddenly smiled bitterly. It's really ironic that it happened in the city of God. Everything has its cause, as long as we can find a breakthrough. The secretary comforted him. The minister nodded. Then he cheered up. get me a cup of coffee." The secretary quickly said, "Minister, you haven't rested for several days. Why don't you go back and rest for half a day? Besides, Dr. French was also frightened this time. Don't you want to go home and see him?" The minister was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Didn't he ask Billy's people to send him home?" The secretary said, "The doctor didn't go back. He went directly to the university's laboratory. I heard that he has been running to the place where Mr. Billy was hospitalized these 2 days, but the bodyguards didn't let him pass. As for Mr. Billy, although the operation was very successful, he hasn't woken up yet. The doctor said that he lost too much blood and was infected with some bacteria. He has been having a high fever these 2 days." The minister rubbed his forehead. How did he get in touch with Billy? Is he still looking for sponsorship for the satellite launch plan? He keeps doing things that are thankless. This stubborn guy. "Minister." "Okay, I know." The minister waved his hand. "I still have a few documents to read, and I have a meeting in the afternoon. I have to go to the presidential palace before 5 o'clock. As for the rest, let's talk about it when I'm free." "Okay, then I'll go out too." The secretary nodded. White Hell beside the lamppost opposite the door of the White Hell bar, Caroline and Arnold were sizing it up. They had been here for half an hour. After several discussions, Caroline decided to find Hailey in order to prove her innocence. The only clue was that Livia had mentioned that she and her boyfriend had dated in this White Hell several times. According to what Arnold said about Hailey, Caroline felt that a punk like Hailey should know the people in White Hell, so maybe she could get information about Hailey from some of the bar staff. "It's not open yet." Arnold frowned. Because of the strange weather, many places in the city were not yet electrified. As for the people in the city, they were busy cleaning up the damage caused by the weather. The sides of the road were now very deserted. "I'm afraid it won't be open today." Arnold looked at Caroline and said helplessly. Caroline's face had a trace of irritation. She had smoked one woman's cigarette after another, and there were already 7 or 8 cigarette butts on the ground. Arnold frowned and snatched the cigarette that Caroline had just lit. He threw it on the ground and stepped on it to extinguish it. "Relax, you're not in a good state. Don't worry about me." Caroline frowned, then walked straight to the door of White Hell. Arnold had no choice but to quickly follow her. He didn't know who said that he should never confront a woman who had made up her mind. This was because such a woman was more stubborn than a man. Arnold felt that Caroline might be this type. She was slamming the door of White Hell hard, but it seemed that this simple and crude method worked well. Soon, White Hell opened, and a burly man covered in tattoos opened the door impatiently. "What's the matter?" "We're not open for business today." "Hurry up. I want to ask you something," Caroline said quickly. At the same time, she took out a few banknotes from her bag. "You'll get paid." "Miss, you really know the rules. Tell me, what do you want to ask?" It was obviously not the first time someone had asked him something, so he skillfully stuffed Caroline's banknotes into his pocket. "Have you seen Hailey? Do you know where he has been recently?" Caroline asked straightforwardly. The burly man was stunned. He opened his mouth, frowned, and took out the money that was stuffed into his pocket. "Are you kidding me? Isn't Hailey right next to you?" Caroline was startled and subconsciously looked at Arnold beside her. The latter just gave her a helpless smile. "This is not the first time I've done this kind of thing. You saw it too, right?" With that said, Arnold didn't explain too much. He just took out his ID card and waved it in front of the burly man. "Look carefully, my name is Arnold. The Hailey you mentioned and I are twins. Now Hailey is missing, and I can't find him, so I came here to ask you." The burly man held the ID card in his hand. After looking back and forth a few times, he grabbed his hair. "Is this ID card fake? I've never heard him say that he has a twin brother." Arnold said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, I can go to the police station with you to check if this ID card is real." The burly man shook his head and returned the item to Arnold. He then shrugged, but quickly stuffed the banknotes that he had just taken out back into his pocket. I haven't seen this guy for more than a month. Sorry, I don't know where he is now. Then, the last time you saw him, what was he doing? Did he say anything about his body? Caroline asked. The burly man was very cooperative after receiving the money. He shrugged and said, "What else could that guy be doing? Isn't he just picking up girls here? The last time I saw him, he should have just picked up a prostitute." Prostitute? Caroline frowned. The burly man smiled and said, "I forgot her name, but that woman has hooked up with a few men here. I've done it a few times, so I recognize her. I also talked about this with Hailey, saying that this woman is very coquettish, and her skills in bed must be very good." Then Hailey made his move. "Hey, this guy is actually not bad looking. He looks decent after dressing up." It didn't take long for him to hook up with her. Caroline's brows were almost twisted into 3 lines. She couldn't help but feel sad for Livia. Livia told her that her boyfriend had never known her identity and profession. She didn't expect that the other party had already known about it and had come for this. She was afraid that he knew that Livia was Adam's call girl and had planned to cheat money and sex from Livia from the beginning. "Oh, by the way, maybe you can go to a place where you can find Hailey." The burly man seemed to have remembered something. "Say it." Caroline glared at him, but the burly man pursed his lips and had a strange smile on his face. Caroline glared at him again before reluctantly taking out a few more bills and slapping them on the burly man's chest. "Kata Club." The burly man smiled and said, "Once he drank too much and said that he got a temporary job there, but I don't know if he's still doing it now." As he spoke, he stared at Arnold beside Caroline with a strange gaze, then rubbed his chin, and the smell of his strange smile became stronger. Arnold frowned and said, "What kind of place is Kata Club?" Caroline said coldly, "A place where rich women and some guys with special sexual fetishes find men." "Miss, you know quite a bit? Have you played there before?" The burly man laughed strangely. "Shut your mouth." Caroline gave him a cold look, then turned and walked away angrily. Arnold had no choice but to quickly follow. The 2 of them soon disappeared from the burly man's sight. The burly man didn't care. He happily counted the consulting fees he got from Caroline and even whistled. But at this moment he heard the crisp sound of footsteps. A woman in a black dress and a black umbrella was walking in front of him and then stopped. This woman was very pale and looked abnormally weak. The woman looked up and sized up the door of White Hell, and the burly man also saw her face clearly. The burly man was used to mingling in brothels, so he couldn't help but say, "Hey, beauty, there's a power outage here, so we're not open at night. But I can open a private room for you. Do you want to come in and play? I'll treat you to a drink." "White Hell, White Hell." The woman smiled slightly. "There's a place with such a name? Cool, right?" The burly man was quite proud. The woman chuckled and said, "Inside is really hell. Are there demons? Do you like demons?" The burly man laughed and then flexed the muscles on his chest. "Demons are not as strong as me. Then please let me see it." The woman with the black umbrella smiled sweetly. "My family and I happen to be homeless now, so we're planning to find a place to stay." With that, the woman showed a seductive look, then walked past the burly man and went straight into the White Hell bar. The burly man showed an infatuated look, then he turned around and slowly followed in with a dull look. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream was heard. In front of the door, a bloody hand reached out and grabbed the door, but in the blink of an eye, the hand quickly loosened, as if it was dragged in by something. The gate fell down with a loud thud. Chapter 8:11. According to the plan, they needed to take the train from Sao Paulo. After arriving at a certain city, they would transfer to a plane and leave the country to reach the home mentioned by Song Haran. That was already a place in another country. Of course, geographically speaking, it was still located on the continent of South America. At dawn, they had already set off by car. They left Rio due to the blackout caused by yesterday's storm and caught the train from Sao Paulo. Song Haren visited Luocio last night and received Luocio's reply in the middle of the night. He was not surprised that Luocio replied so quickly, although all of this seemed to go unexpectedly smoothly in his opinion. However, his superhuman intuition felt that there was no problem with this matter. Without a doubt, Song Haren trusted his superhuman intuition very much. The train passed through the emerald green forest road, making a roaring sound. Now he was already in the first-class cabin of the train with Luocio. Song Haren was naturally not short of money. Of course, he would not treat himself badly when traveling. At the same time, Luocio also saw the so-called Xiao Li and Ah Chong. Of course, he now knew that Xiao Li's name was Luvia. The real name of the one who used to be Ah Chong was Oni. Luvia and Oni looked at Luocio with a somewhat strange gaze. This was because Song Haren did not reveal Luocio's identity to them. He only said that he would be a very important guest of his father. At the same time, Luvia and Oni also found out through some special channels that their father, who had not left the base in recent years, seemed to have taken action this time. He began to ask people to arrange the itinerary. This time, the meeting with Luocio seemed to be in another city outside the base. Although it was not in the base, it was actually a place where the iris flower's power was deeply rooted. A iris flower could be a place where a local ruler could rule. Be that as it may, this was indeed the first time his father had left in the past few years. Even if it was a leader of a traditional faction in South America, like the Flame King, his father would not personally come out of the base to meet him. Luocio's identity really piqued Luvia and Oni's curiosity. Additionally, Song Haren was really kind to Luocio. Could this be the military advisor's illegitimate child? Luvia and Oni naturally weren't in the same cabin as Song Haren and Luocio. Instead, they stood guard outside like guards. Luvia rolled her eyes. She didn't know how she had been able to partner with this guy all this time. She was actually able to endure until now. Oni was used to seeing this. He chuckled and said, "You better believe me. Back in my village, there were a lot of 13 or 14-year-olds who were fathers of children. I heard that the military advisor's homeland also has a tradition of early marriage and early childbirth. Military advisor is only 29 years old this year. No matter how you look at it, Luocio is only 21 or 22 years old this year. You can give birth when you are 7 or 8 years old." Luvia rolled her eyes again. Oni shrugged and said shamelessly, "Anyway, I lost my first time when I was 9 years old. It was with the lady next door. In the past, people called me Oni next door. You're just a boar who only knows how to breed." Luvia viciously stepped on Oni's foot. The two of them began to quarrel with each other. However, at this moment, someone suddenly walked past their seat and seemingly left something behind. It was a note. Luvia pretended to casually pick it up. Then, she opened it and glanced at Oni. Finally, the two of them left their seats one after the other and went to the other cabin. Before leaving, Luvia took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Song Haren. Song Haren appeared to be very interested in the scenery outside the window. He rested his chin on his hand as he looked outside the window. At the same time, his other hand was playing with a round plate. This plate was something that he always wore around his neck. At this moment, Luocio was sitting opposite him, quietly reading a book. The mobile phone placed on the simple table suddenly rang with a text message. Luocio and Song Haren glanced at the mobile phone at the same time. Then their eyes met. Song Haren did not seem to be in a hurry to read the content of the message. He just gave a faint smile and looked out the window again. "A very special plate?" Luocio suddenly asked. Song Haren looked over and asked, "Are you interested?" Luocio said, "I just feel that very few people would wear a plate. Is there any special story behind this thing? I think you are thinking about something." Song Haren suddenly became mysterious at this time. He lowered his voice and said, "If I tell you that this plate is something that God gave to human beings, and it can bring incredible power to the person who owns it, would you believe it?" Luaccio was startled. After turning his eyes, he chuckled and said, "For example, the black python that appeared in your adventure story." "You haven't answered me yet. Do you believe it or not?" Song Haren's playful expression became stronger. Luaccio simply said, "Then at least let me see with my own eyes what the so-called incredible power is. Then watch carefully." Song Haren took a deep breath at this time, then opened his hands in front of Luaccio. His fingers were very slender, which should be very suitable for playing the piano. Song Haren pinched the sleeves of his hands, then waved them in front of Luaccio. Then he took out a coin and put it in his left hand, then clenched both hands at the same time and put it in front of Luaccio. "Which hand do you think this coin is in now?" Song Haren asked with a smile. Luaccio pointed at his right hand. Song Haren opened his right hand, but there was nothing. He then opened his left hand. The coin was still in his left hand, and there was no change. Song Haren chuckled at this time. "Does this count as incredible power?" Luaccio smiled, then looked out the window. "You are like the sun. I just feel that you are a little boring." Song Haren put the coin on the table, then spun it, as if he could play with this coin happily. "Actually, there is no need for the two of us to book this place," Luaccio said casually. "Why don't you let your friends sit together? They have some other things to do, so they can sit in the back carriage." Song Haren looked at Luaccio and blinked. "As for booking this place, the purpose is very simple." Luaccio showed a puzzled look. Song Haren suddenly clapped his hands, and a steward outside the first-class cabin pushed the door open and walked in, holding a bottle of red wine in her hand. "Wine." Luaccio was a little surprised. Song Haren shook his head, then suddenly stood up. "She is the one who will drink with you." Song Haren smiled and walked behind the steward, gently holding her arms. "She will make you feel less bored. Of course, if you want to do something, there is enough time." "Well, I have something to do next." "Wait." Luaccio frowned. "Take good care of this distinguished guest, beautiful lady." "Yes, Mr. Song." And so Song Haren patted his butt and left. There was no doubt that this was a woman with a very good figure and appearance, and she was also an Asian, very much in line with the Chinese aesthetic standards. "Sir, may I sit down?" The woman sat down and exhaled, "My name is Gan Hong." Boss Luo nodded, and at the same time he was curious about the woman's accent. "Your accent?" The woman's eyes were filled with lust, and she bit her lips, then took out 2 glasses from under the table, and intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to Boss Luo. "My father is Vietnamese and my mother is Thai." Gan Hong smiled slightly and skillfully opened the bottle of red wine. "Did Mr. Song say anything to you?" Boss Luo asked curiously. Gan Hong said softly, "Take good care of you and make you satisfied. No matter." She slightly bent down, and a charming and deep line faintly appeared at her collar, and her voice was even more gentle. "No matter what." "No matter what?" Boss Luo nodded. "No matter what." Gan Hong was so gentle that she was like a female slave that only existed in ancient times. "Then let's sleep." Boss Luo nodded. Gan Hong was stunned. Then she smiled and said, "Sir, you are really direct. So, how do you want to sleep? Is it down there? Or is? Gan Hong lowered her head and directly fell asleep. Luaccio shook his head and slightly moved his arm outward, and Gan Hong's body was sent to the seat next to the aisle. If it's the surname Gan, it should be a big surname in Vietnam. A familiar voice sounded. After dealing with Gan Hong, Luaccio, who had just opened the book, heard Ye's voice. Boss Luo closed the book and looked up. In the aisle of the carriage, Miss Maid was wearing a train attendant's outfit, pushing a dining car. After a long time, Boss Luo vaguely knew that Miss Maid had a hobby of dressing up. For example, when she went to other people's laboratories, she would wear a white coat, saying that it would be more suitable for the environment. "Sir, it's afternoon tea time. Do you need anything?" If he didn't know her, he would probably think that she was a high-quality train attendant in charge of the first-class cabin on this train. Boss Luo smiled and cooperated. "What do you have here?" Miss Maid smiled. Kubwaka salad and tobacco rolls. As for drinks, we have special fruit tea or Ipanema coffee. Miss Maid opened the exquisite silver covers one by one, and then used 2 different cups to serve the fruit tea and coffee. Finally, she used an ordinary glass to pour a glass of water and place them one by one in front of Boss Luo. Napkins and tableware were also placed one by one. "Sir, please enjoy." Miss Maid, who disguised as a train attendant, nodded with a smile and then left with the dining car. "Sit down. Since you are here, accompany me," Luacho ordered. Originally, the amount inside was enough for 2 people to eat. Seeing the disguised servant girl sitting across the table, Luacho asked with a smile, "I remember that I left in the morning. But didn't Master say that I can take care of everything in the restaurant now? Also, did Master ask me to remember to arrange the meal times so that I can taste the best? Well, and then—" Boss Luo asked with interest. Miss Maid said softly, "Only a meal with you is worth remembering." After opening the napkin, Luacho nodded with a smile. "My uncle shouldn't be back so soon." "Well, Miss Chef, don't you want to introduce the recipe of this tobacco roll to me?" "My pleasure." The train ran on the track. The roaring sound was actually rhythmic. The afternoon sun turned into mottled light blocks under the curtains. Flying green onions, leisurely time, and sleeping quietly, the original train attendant, Miss Gone Hong. Song Howren took a cup of coffee from the service desk in the back carriage. After passing by several carriages, he found Oni and Luvia. They had arrived earlier and were now sitting in a booth. There was another slightly older man sitting in the booth. Oni sat next to him. Seeing Song Howren coming, Oni stood up and pretended not to know him. "Excuse me, I want to go to the washroom." Song Howren shrugged and made way for Oni to pass. He sat down himself. He looked at the man inside and said indifferently, "I'm a little tired. Do you mind if I take a rest here?" The man said casually, "Whatever." Song Howren seemed to strike up a conversation at this time. "What's your occupation, sir?" The man's eyes flickered, seeming to be nervous, but his voice was calm, or deliberately calm. "Meat products, a small business. What about you?" "I'm running a farm," Song Howren said with a prideful tone. "Every animal in our farm is fed with the best feed, regularly checked and vaccinated. All the documents are complete. Of course, the price is slightly higher. However, it is definitely worth it." "Is that so?" The man nodded. "Does it include delivery?" "There is no service that cannot be bought with money. As long as you pay more, it can be delivered anywhere." Song Howren smiled and continued, "Of course, if it's going to space, there is nothing we can do." "How do you calculate it?" The man continued asking. Song Howren said coolly, "That depends on whether you want beef, mutton, or pork." "Cattle. How many?" "One is enough. Slaughter them all. Get all the documents and procedures. Then keep them in cold storage. Address." "Here." The man pulled out a card. "The rule in our farm is to pay half of the deposit. Is that okay with you?" Song Howren kept the card. "All right." At the same time, Luvia, who was seated opposite them, nonchalantly tidied up her clothes before leaving. However, before leaving, she retrieved a black briefcase from under the table. Not long after, Oni returned. Looking at Song Howren, who was still seated in his seat, he frowned and said, "Brother, this is my seat." Sorry, I can't get a seat ticket." Song Howren quickly stood up and apologized. "How about letting me sit opposite you? I see that young lady has already left. How about letting me sit for a while?" "Scram!" Oni squeezed out a ferocious expression. Song Howren quickly stood up and said, Okay, easy. Yes, YMAN. I'll leave now, okay?" No one cared, because many people were the same. Unable to buy a seat ticket, they only had a standing ticket. Thus, they began searching for the empty seats. When Song Haran returned, the female flight attendant named Gon Hong had just walked out from the first-class cabin. She rubbed her neck, a puzzled look on her face. Song Haran looked at her in surprise and then blinked his eyes. Gon Hong shook her head and gritted her teeth. "I am sorry, young master. I think I fell asleep." "Really fell asleep?" Song Haran blinked again. "This kid, can't you tell? Really fell asleep? Not bad, you have quite the guts. It seems there is hope for you to have children." "Young master, actually, all right. You can go do your thing first." Song Haran waved his hand and said, "Go back and receive your reward." "No, young master. Actually, I go. Song Haran continued waving his hand and pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing this, Gon Hong felt that there was a misunderstanding. However, she did not want to make it public. Thus, she quietly left. Song Haran walked back to his seat and patted Luocho on the shoulder. "How was it? Good times?" "Something like that." Boss Luo smiled and lowered his head to read his book. Chapter 812. God, I've sinned and offended God. Now, as God, for the love of God above all things, I repent my sins with all my heart. 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 I don't dare to offend God again. I hope God can forgive my sins. Amen. Sincerity. After that, Shalti clasped her hands together and continued to recite her scripture of remorse on the crucifix statue. The repeated actions of sincerity seemed to be unable to wash away the guilt in her heart. Her mind was filled with the color of that skin that she couldn't get rid of. It wasn't until the door of the auditorium suddenly opened and Shalti heard footsteps that she was startled. She quickly stood up and saw that it was Nanny Delan. "Shalti, my child, what happened to you? Why do you look so panicked?" Nanny Delan walked up to Shalti and gently pressed her forehead. "Nanny, I can't calm down." Shalti was too ashamed to say what she had done. She felt that not only was her sins unforgivable, but they were even more serious because she was lying to Nanny Delan, who had always loved her, taught her, and raised her. Poor child! Nanny Delan comforted her softly. She was the one who raised Shalti. Many years ago, this child was placed in front of the monastery when she was still an infant. It had been 17 years since then. How could Nanny Delan not know that Shalti seemed to be hiding something? However, her education philosophy didn't allow her to pursue the matter directly. Instead, she changed the topic. "I added some oil to the motorcycle and started it. God bless me, it can still drive. Later, send the child to the clinic in the village. While you're at it, go to the village police station and ask if there have been any missing children recently." "Yes, Nanny." Shalti nodded. But at this moment, Shalti suddenly widened her eyes and looked behind Nanny Delan with a bewildered expression. Behind Nanny Delan was naturally the entrance of the auditorium. Nanny Delan also followed Shalti's gaze. In front of the auditorium, the unconscious little girl had woken up at some point in time and was standing there at the moment. She was wearing a woman's white blouse that was not her size. Xia Erdi had helped her change into the clothes, but the buttons on the shirt were all unbuttoned. This child was basically naked with only a thin shirt on the outside. Her eyes were lifeless as she slowly walked towards the two of them. Half of the chain hanging from a necklace around her neck made a crisp clanking sound as she walked. She was still barefoot. "Child, you're awake?" Nanny Delan was pleasantly surprised. However, the young lady acted as though she didn't hear anything. She didn't seem to have any intention of stopping even when she was in front of Senior Nurse Delan and Charlene. Shalti and Senior Servant Delon had no choice but to step aside and let her pass. She walked up to the crucifix and looked up at it. Then she stopped moving. Nanny Delan and Charty didn't know what had happened to the child. They just looked at her from the side and found that the little girl's face was a little strange. She seemed to be struggling with something. "Child, are you all right?" Senior Nurse Delan gently placed her palm on the little girl's shoulder and asked with concern. But this action seemed to have triggered a switch. The little girl's face suddenly turned ferocious, but it only lasted for a moment. "Don't touch me." She even waved her hand and slapped Senior Nurse Delan's palm away. Senior Nurse Delan was stunned. She didn't feel any pain from her palm being slapped away. Instead, she saw the little girl's dumbfounded expression. The little girl stared at her palm, dumbfounded. Then she clenched her fist again and again. In the end, she even waved her hand, opened her palm, and aimed at the statue of suffering in front of her. "Explode! Explode! Explode! Go to hell!" She shouted a few words. Senior Nurse Delan and Charlene looked at each other. They didn't know what the child wanted to do, but there was no doubt that she was doing something disrespectful. "Child, don't do this. You can't be disrespectful to God." Senior Nurse Delan was startled. She quickly pressed down the little girl's palm and grabbed her shoulders. At the same time, she began to recite scriptures silently, praying for forgiveness for the little girl's actions. At this moment, the little girl suddenly revealed a painful expression. Her shoulders that were grabbed felt like they were being roasted by fire, causing her body to tremble. "Stop reciting! Stop reciting!" The little girl painfully struggled free from Nanny Delan's hands, and then fell to the ground as if she had collapsed. Seeing this, Shalty could only help the little girl up with concern. However, the child's face was filled with doubt, and he didn't say a word. He turned his head and closed his eyes before falling down again. This made Senior Nurse Delan and Charty feel strange. They discussed for a while and decided to send the child to the village first. At the same time, they asked Charlene to buy some daily necessities. The sidecar was driving on the village road. Charlene covered the little girl with a blanket and focused on driving. The little girl opened her eyes slightly before closing them again. She did not make any movements. However, when the sidecar passed by a winding road, the little girl suddenly lifted the blanket on her body and jumped down. Then she rolled down the winding road. Charlotte heard the commotion and looked back, just in time to see this thrilling scene. She quickly stopped the car. Before she could stop, she had arrived at the spot where the little girl had jumped down. She looked down but could no longer see anyone. She cried out in panic. Her body rolled and the world spun. Only after a long time did she stop. "Little girl." Lucifer had never experienced such a terrible situation before. When she rolled down the hill, she felt as though her body was being hit by an ogre's hammer. She reached out to touch her cheek. It felt moist. Blood was flowing out from her cheek. It was likely that she had been cut by the sharp grass while rolling down the hill. "I've become so fragile." Lucifer frowned. Not only now, but not long ago, when the old nanny grabbed her hands in the auditorium, Lucifer clearly realized how fragile she was now. The old nanny was naturally not a person with strong holy power. She had just been praying intently for many years, and some characteristics of holy power had naturally appeared in her body. At best, she had a seed of holy power in her body, and it was the kind of thing that would not germinate. But even so, she could still burn her body when she prayed. Lucifer gritted her teeth and got up from the ground. She grabbed the collar around her neck hard, trying to destroy it. Obviously, her powerful power was imprisoned because of the existence of this thing. I didn't expect that. Buggy didn't go to the lost area, but to Lucifer couldn't help but show a trace of annoyance on her face. In addition, there was also a deep doubt. That place suddenly disappeared 100 years ago. Why did it suddenly appear, and to this remote place? She dragged her injured body and walked alone in the forest at the foot of the hill. Not long after, Lucifer saw a lumberjack at work. The lumberjack seemed to be surprised to see such a little girl walking barefoot, but seeing that she was injured, he hurried over. "Child, are you okay? What happened?" Lucifer frowned, thinking that now she could not move freely and her power was sealed. She was no different from an ordinary human child. However, as a demon, even if she had no power, Deceit was still her nature. Although she was proud, she really disdained to deceive an ordinary person. But considering the current situation, there was really no other way. "Uncle, I accidentally fell off the cliff. Can you help me?" "Poor child, come with me." The lumberjack picked up Lucifer with concern. "What's your name? Where do you live?" "My name is Lucy. I live in the village." Lucifer gave the answer without thinking, intending to let the lumberjack take her to a crowded place. First, she needed to contact Charlotte. But just as she finished speaking, Lucifer felt like her brain was about to explode. A terrible black flame was burning her soul, making her whole body tremble. What's wrong with you?" The lumberjack saw that the little girl's face suddenly turned pale, as if she was suffering from some kind of pain. He hurriedly put the child down and didn't even care about why the child was wearing a collar. "I'm fine. Uncle, quickly take me to the village." Lucifer gritted her teeth. "Are you really okay?" The lumberjack frowned but still asked, "Where do you live?" "I can take you back." "In the village?" "The first house in the front row of the village." "Ah." Lucifer hugged her head tightly and rolled on the ground. The burning heat in her soul became more and more terrifying, making her feel like she was about to melt. Child, I'm fine." Lucifer panted and stood up shakily, her face even paler. She stared at the lumberjack, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Sorry, I lied to you. My house isn't in the village in front." "Ah, don't ask me questions. Take me to a crowded place. In short, I'll repay you," Lucifer said quickly, and then she fainted. Before she fainted, a thought that made Lucifer extremely depressed flashed through her mind. The punishment of lying had been imposed on her. Once she lied, she would suffer the punishment of her soul burning and a splitting headache. As the king of hell, she could only be an honest child. Chapter 8:13. You're awake. It was Shelty's voice. When Lucifer woke up, she found herself in a tent. There was the smell of soil and vegetation in the air, and there were a few men's clothes in the corner of the tent. Lucifer quickly determined that this tent belonged to the lumberjack she saw before she fainted. As for why Shelty appeared here, it was not difficult to deduce. Originally, in her injured state after rolling down the hill, she could not have walked far. It was not strange that Shelty had searched all the way and finally found her. "At least I've met a good person." Lucifer couldn't help but laugh at himself. Of course, as a reverend mother of the monastery, if she wasn't a good person, Mother Mary's coffin lid wouldn't be able to cover it. Lucifer did not speak after waking up. She only looked sideways at Shelty. There was no doubt that in her current state, it was difficult for her to do anything. Even the idea of informing Charlotte and asking her to send someone to welcome her was a little dangerous. If the group of devils who succumbed to her power knew that the dignified Queen of Hell had become like this, those guys would probably be very enthusiastic about discussing how to eat her. Taking a step back, even if Charlotte's protection could allow her to avoid the threat of the devils who would follow their instincts, Lucifer would not choose to go back at this time, because her pride did not allow her to appear in this state. "I heard from Mr. Alma that you are called Lucifer, right? He said that your family lives in the village in front." Shelty looked at Lucifer with a puzzled expression. "Alma, it should be the lumberjack's name." Lucifer nodded subconsciously. When she was about to speak, her head felt like it was about to split open. She quickly shook her head. She could not lie, and she could not admit to a lie. But it did not mean that she could not get out of this predicament. As long as she denied the lie she had already told and remained silent, she could easily deal with the punishment that was imposed on her like a curse. Or perhaps he could use an ambiguous explanation to avoid the activation of this punishment. After Lucifer nodded, she quickly shook her head. She intended to remain silent in response to Shelty's questions. As for how to communicate, it was naturally left to this young nanny to worry about. In any case, This kind of pure-hearted nun would have enough patience and tolerance to tolerate an uncooperative child. That was what Lucifer thought. Isn't that so? Then what was your original name? Where do you live? Sheltie asked curiously. Lucifer shook her head again, just as she was considering if she should simply pretend to be a child with amnesia. It would be more convenient. But her head suddenly began to explode with pain. How could this be? When faced with a question, not answering it shouldn't be considered lying. But why was the punishment still activated? Could it be? Lucifer suddenly opened her eyes wide, revealing a shocked and angry expression, because she thought of a very terrible thing. The condition for activating the punishment of lying curse was most likely not as simple as lying. Instead, it was a more complicated command. For example, you must answer the other party's question with the truth. Not lying, answer, 2 activation conditions at the same time. Damn it, you actually hit me so hard. Lucifer gritted her teeth. I didn't participate in the siege 100 years ago. This is not fair. Siege? Fair? What are you talking about? Sheltie was confused. What did you just say? Don't ask. You won't know even if I tell you. Lucifer stared coldly at Sheltie. At the same time, her palms were sweaty, because she didn't know whether the punishment on her had more conditions other than the one she deduced. Fortunately, such an answer didn't seem to trigger the activation of the punishment. Lucifer couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. That's weird. The damned headache once again assaulted her head, giving her the urge to smash her own head into pieces. You must answer the other party's question with the truth. How are you, child? Lucifer's painful expression made Sheltie panic. She was at a loss as she hugged Lucifer in her arms. Nanny Delon said that hugs could give people hope and strength. Listen, I will only say this once. Lucifer said weakly, I am the Queen of Hell, Lucifer. The siege 100 years ago was an attack on a magical shop. Most of the leaders were descendants of the Protoss from Western Europe. What? Sheltie blinked her eyes. She let go of Lucifer a little, then lowered her head and pressed it against Lucifer's forehead, muttering to herself, You don't have a fever? Lucifer suddenly wanted to find something to destroy, but she estimated that in her current state, the most she could do was to trample on the grass outside. In short, your name is Lucifer, right? Lucifer nodded, feeling hopeless. How did you get to the monastery? Sheltie continued to ask. Lucifer said I fell from the sky. I didn't expect to fall into the monastery. Then what about the collar on your neck? Sheltie blinked her eyes again. Lucifer said, It should be used to seal my power. I met an extremely powerful opponent and couldn't defeat him. Sheltie suddenly sighed and looked at Lucifer with a caring gaze. She then shook her head and said, Child, take a rest first. I'll bring you something to eat. Wait, I'm telling the truth. Seeing that Sheltie had already walked out of the tent, Lucifer finally swallowed his words. He felt hopeless. Is the child awake? Outside the tent, the lumberjack Amma had started a fire and was using the simple utensils he brought with him to cook a pot of meat soup. Lumberjacks like Amma had to stay for a few days after entering the forest, so it was not unusual for him to bring cooking utensils with him. Yes, she's awake. Sheltie sighed. But I don't know if it's because she hit her head, but I feel like there's something strange about her. Sheltie briefly told her what she heard in the tent. When the lumberjack Amma heard that, he opened his mouth in shock. Then he laughed out loud and said, My child sometimes calls himself Superman too. Children at this age tend to be more imaginative. That's true, but if we can't find out where she lives, it won't be easy to deal with this, Sheltie said worriedly. Amma was an old man, around 40 years old. Because he had a child at home, he seemed to have some experience in this aspect. He comforted Sheltie, It's fine. I heard you say that when you found the child, she must have encountered something terrible before, or else she would have been put on a collar by someone. Oh, I really don't know what she went through before. Poor child, maybe. She said those words just to protect herself. I hope so, Shelty nodded. Amma said, but if you want to send her to the village, I'm afraid it won't be possible in the short term. Shelty was stunned. Why? Uncle Amu said, wasn't there a terrible storm yesterday? The road out of the village was flooded by landslides, so it's impassable now. How come? Shelty was stunned. At this moment, Amma suddenly looked behind Shelty, where the tent was, and shouted in astonishment, Child, child! Shelty hurriedly turned around and saw Lucifer's small figure running quickly into the forest. The sky was already dark, so she couldn't see him at once. Damn, wild beasts will appear in the forest at night. Amma suddenly panicked. Without saying a word, he picked up an axe and chased after him. Shelty also lifted her skirt and followed him all the way. Kata Club. The city's blackout also affected the rich's gold-consuming lair. Therefore, the security guards in front of the club were somewhat listless. When Arnold and Carell arrived at the entrance of Kata Club, they could see a bit of light coming from inside. However, the surroundings were still mainly black, presumably because of the small generator inside the club. How are we going to get in? Arnold pulled Caroline in front of the club, fearing that she would go straight up like she did in the White Hell bar earlier. Obviously, a place for the rich, like Kata Club, was completely incomparable to that kind of low-class bar. He was afraid that Caroline would be directly kicked out. Caroline suddenly looked at Arnaud and said, Can't you go in? Arnold was stunned and then shook his head. How can I go in such a place? The cost is too high. Caroline also shook her head. Who said you can go in and spend money? I mean, let you swagger in. You forgot that when you were in front of the bar, that guy thought you were Haley. With that, Caroline directly took off Arnold's glasses. At the same time, she reached out and fiddled with Arnold's bookish hair. Well, it looks like you have some potential to be a duck, but Arnold hurriedly wanted to say something. Caroline had already pushed his shoulder and walked toward the door of Kata Club. Since Haley has a job inside, then the people here must know him. Maybe we can find Haley's whereabouts. Maybe Haley may be in the club now. But I really don't know how to, Arnold said in a panic. However, at this time, the security guard in front of Kata Club had obviously noticed two sneaky people approaching. He directly walked over with a flashlight. You too, what are you doing? This place is closed today. Let's go. Oh, it's Haley. With the back of the light, the two couldn't clearly see the face of the security guard, but obviously the other party had clearly seen them. Hearing the security guard's words, Arnold had to sigh, then glanced at Caroline and hesitantly replied, Well, it's me. The security guard quickly walked over and pressed the flashlight at the same time. Haley, where have you been this month? You didn't come to work. The supervisor told me that if you don't show up next week, I'll clean your cupboard. I have something to do recently, so I went back to my hometown. Arnold tried his best to turn his face away, as if he didn't dare to look at the security guard. The security guard was stunned, then looked at Caroline and asked curiously, Who is this young lady? She is, Caroline said indifferently. I'm his employer. I heard that this place is fun, so I asked him to bring me here. I didn't expect that it's really not open. Hearing this, the security guard showed a tacit smile to Arnold, then said politely, Yes, young lady, there's a power outage today, so we can't open. Even the air conditioner in the security booth can't be turned on. I'm sweating all over because of the heat. That's a pity. Caroline shook her head with a look of disdain. It seems that this place is not good. The security guard didn't say anything. It was their motto not to offend customers. In fact, this beautiful girl was nothing compared to some of the old and bad-tempered, middle-aged women in this club. Sorry. The security guard smiled cheekily. Caroline suddenly said at this time, Haley, since the door is not open, you go in and get your things back. Let's drive later. I want to run around Bread Mountain. Take things? Arnold almost bit Caroline's ear. I don't have anything to take. Just take it. Look at what's in the cupboard. Maybe you can find some clues. Caroline lowered her voice. In the eyes of the security guard, the way the two of them whispered in each other's ears was like an intimate game between a couple. So he didn't care. In fact, the gigolos in the Kata Club were very good at pleasing women. But I don't have the key. How can I take it? Arnold couldn't help but show a bitter face. Unexpectedly, Caroline suddenly shouted at this time. What? You forgot to take the key? Are you an idiot? I came here with you to play, but you didn't take the key? I have so much money to raise you. It's better to raise a male dog. Seeing the woman swinging her handbag at Arnold, the security guard sighed inwardly. Although these cowherds were well-fed and well-dressed, they were, after all, for women to play with, so they were no different from male dogs. It doesn't matter. There's a spare key in the security room. I'll open it for you. The security guard hurriedly said, Don't hurt your friendship because of these trivial things. Then why don't you go? Why are you standing there like a block of wood? At this moment, Calorie patted Arnold's shoulder with her handbag. She looked like a spoiled brat. Haley, come on. Don't waste your time. The security guard pulled Arnold's arm, walking into the Kata Club. Go. I'll wait for you here. Come out quickly. Caroline's voice came from behind. The security guard threw a pitiful look at Arnold, sighing, Brother, you were right. It's really hard to be in your line of work. Huh, is that so? Arnaud smiled embarrassedly and looked back at Caroline. Chapter 8:14. Haley, where are you going? The locker room is over here. The security guard pointed to the side. Before that, Haley seemed to have walked in the wrong direction. When Arnold heard that, he subconsciously adjusted his glasses. But when he did that, he realized that his glasses had been taken away by Caroline. He immediately rubbed his nose and hurriedly said, I know. I just want to go to the toilet. The security guard shrugged and said, There's a bathroom in the locker room. Huh, really? Yeah, there's one in there. Haha. Arnold nodded. Haley! Unexpectedly, the security guard suddenly stared at Arnold without blinking and walked up to him. Don't tell me it's you. What's wrong with me? Arnold tilted his head. Don't tell me it's you. The security guard's body was about to press on him, which made Arnold subconsciously step back. In the end, he directly leaned against the wall. The security guard suddenly said, Don't tell me you're thinking of stealing the bar now. Steal the wine? Arnold was stunned. The security guard looked around and lowered his voice. Let me tell you, the supervisor found that a lot of good wine is missing. I don't know who told him that someone secretly took the wine here to sell for money. Bro, I haven't done anything for a long time. You just came back. Don't ask for trouble. Oh, okay. Thank you. Arnold nodded. The security guard smiled this time. Well, hurry up and get the things. Go back and greet your boss. By the way, Haley, do you look a little different? Do I? Arnold pushed the door open and walked in, leaving the security guard with his back. Maybe my hair is a little longer. I haven't had a haircut recently. Is that so? The security guard shrugged and didn't care. He quickly unlocked the locker in Haley's locker room and poked his head in. He seemed to be curious about what was inside. However, Arnold closed the door of the cabinet and looked at the security guard at the same time. The security guard laughed and whistled as he walked away. I'll wait for you outside. Hurry up. Arnold nodded, then shone his flashlight into the cabinet. He saw that there was a black bag in the cabinet, so he used the bag to put everything inside, regardless of size. After a final check, he made sure that he did not miss anything. Not long after, a Newall went out of the door. The security guard was smoking outside. Seeing Haley come out, he accompanied him out of the Kata Club, talking and laughing. Caroline seemed to be a little impatient from waiting. She walked up with a sullen expression, causing the security guard to gloat for a while. Brother, you're on your own now. The security guard patted him on the shoulder and returned to the security booth with a flashlight. When Arnaud saw Caroline walking in front of him, he patted the bag in his hand, indicating that he had taken something. Caroline nodded at this time, seemingly relieved. Arnold suddenly whispered, "The Oscars owe you an Oscar." Caroline rolled her eyes at Arnold and snatched the bag from his hand. Then she lowered her voice and said, "Let's get out of here, quickly." Arnold nodded. The two quickly left while the street lights were not on. They planned to check the things in the bag in this safe place. Unexpectedly, not long after they left, several men in short-sleeved shirts appeared in front of them. The men directly blocked their way. Bumped into a robber? This was Caroline's first thought, but she quickly denied it. This was because the locals were rarely robbed. Generally speaking, only foreigners or tourists would encounter more robberies. What do you want to do? After all, Caroline was also a person with a gray income. At least she would not panic completely. One of the men sneered, "You finally dare to show up, Haley? Catch them." The man suddenly waved his hand, and several big men rushed up at the same time. In a few seconds, they directly restrained Arnold and Caroline, making them unable to struggle. "What do you want to do? Let me go. Let me go." Caroline wanted to bite the person who caught her, but soon her head and upper body were covered with a bag. She could only hear screams. It was Arnold's screams. He seemed to be beaten by these men. "Ah! Ah! I'm not Haley. Ah! I'm really not. Be asterisk starred. You swallowed our things. Do you think we can't do anything to you if you don't show up? Take her away. Bring her back. I'll take care of this guy and make him spit it out for me." Caroline became more and more frightened. She couldn't see anything. She could only feel herself being pulled around. In the end, she seemed to have gotten into a car. Then, someone reached in and covered her nose. This hand was also holding a towel. She smelled the scent of almonds and then fainted. Chee-chee, chee-chee, chee-chee. The car radio could only emit an electric sound, no matter which channel it was tuned to. Orphe shook her head and simply turned off the car stereo. The situation on the road was very bad. The power outage caused the red street lights on the main road to stop working. Now, they could only rely on the traffic police to temporarily direct the traffic. It would be strange if the road conditions were good. The car stopped on the road. Orphe picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a sip in annoyance. Then he casually threw it on the passenger seat. The bottle hit something. It was a work permit with Orphe's face on it. It was his identity. He was the country's Minister of Security. After several persuasions from the secretary, Orphe finally stopped the work at hand and planned to go home to rest for a while, take a shower, and change clothes. But he felt that his time would be wasted on this congested road. At this time, Orphe's phone suddenly rang. Because he had been in the control center of the Ministry of Security, the strange pulse during the storm outside did not affect his phone. "Hello, this is Orphe." Orphe activated the Bluetooth. "Barbara, what's the matter?" The caller was Barbara, a Filipino maid hired by him. "Oh," he heard Barbara say happily. "God, Mr. Orphe, I finally got through to you. It seems that the communication has been restored. I have been looking for you. Some areas should have started to recover. I happen to be in the service area," Orphe said casually. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Sir, the school is closed. I brought Louis back from the dormitory and just coaxed him to sleep," Barbara said dutifully. "Sir, you haven't been home for a few days. I want to ask you, are you coming back tonight? If not, then I won't get off work." "Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm too busy." Orphe pinched his eyebrows. "How about this? I should be home soon. When I come back, you can get off work." "Sir, do I need to prepare dinner for you?" "No, I'm not hungry. You can pack up. When I come back, you can leave," Orphe said casually. Then he asked about Louis. The child was sent to a full-time school. He usually stayed in the dormitory and could only go home during the holidays. Of course, it was not a holiday now, but it was normal for the school to have a power outage. "Louis is very obedient. He doesn't make a fuss. He just wants you to come back early." Barbara sighed and said, "Sir, Louis is too young." "You're so busy," and Dr. Frange often doesn't come back. Louis will feel lonely. Thank you for your hard work, Barbara. Orphe did not seem willing to talk about this topic. He quickly said, I'm driving. Let's talk later. Wait for me to come back. Then I'll go home first. I want to go back and take a look too. In front of the apartment, Barbara, who was almost 40 years old, nodded at Orphe and left on her bicycle. After watching her leave, Orphe yawned and returned to his room. He went upstairs and came to his son, Louis's room. Orphe entered Louis's room quietly. He did not turn on the lights. He just used the light from the corridor to come to the bed. He lowered his head and kissed his sleeping son's forehead. Then he put the child's arm under the blanket. However, he felt something under the blanket. Orphe took it out. It was a photo frame. Orphe's expression was somewhat complicated. Finally, he sighed and put the photo frame on the bedside table. Then he closed the door and left. He went downstairs. The electricity in this residential area had been restored. Orphe took out a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge and drank most of it. He was going to take a shower, but at this time he heard something. The door of the house was opened. He frowned and came to the living room. He saw a figure stagger in, holding a bottle of half-drunk wine in his hand. Then he directly sat at the entrance and changed his shoes. He looked drunk. This person was none other than Dr. Frankie. How did you come back? Orphe walked to Dr. French. However, he did not seem to intend to help him up. He just stood there. Hearing the sound, Dr. French raised his head. His eyes were half open and half closed. He seemed to be in a daze. Dr. French burped. Orphe, oh, you came back. With that, Dr. French supported himself against the wall and stood up with difficulty. However, he suddenly lost his balance and was about to fall to the ground. Orphe frowned and reached out to stop him. Then he directly dragged him to the sofa in the living room. He pushed Dr. French directly to the sofa. Look at you. Classes were suspended, and Bara had brought Louis back. So, quickly get rid of the smell of alcohol on you. I don't want Louis to think that his grandfather is a drunk. For a moment, Dr. French seemed to be stiff. However, he quickly turned over and lay directly on the sofa. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Orphe gritted his teeth. There seemed to be a nameless fire rising in him. However, he had no way to vent it. He paced back and forth in the living room. He walked very fast. Finally, he wiped his face with both hands and sat down again. The single-seater sofa was only an arm's length away from the sofa. He looked at Dr. French, who reeked of alcohol. He knew that this old man was not really asleep. The day before yesterday, you met Billy at the theater. Why did you do that? Orphe frowned and asked. Although he already had some guesses in his heart, he still wanted to hear Dr. French's answer with his own ears. However, the doctor still did not move at this time. It was as if he had fallen asleep. Orphe wiped his face again. Actually, even if you don't say it, I can guess a little. Right now, the government won't take out money to support your project. At least, not in the next few years. Billy is planning to sponsor you, right? That's right. If we can really launch a satellite that belongs to us, it will have a great impact on the future situation. The sound of snoring came from the doctor. Orphe sneered. Humph, looking at you now, you probably got the cold shoulder from Billy, right? Now that the head of the Senate is dead, the various factions will have to reshuffle. There was also the case of the theater, which made this year's leaders very anxious. This was a very good opportunity for those who were not in the public eye. Give up. With this opportunity, Billy won't invest a lot of money on you for the time being. Don't think that those politicians are so patriotic, wholeheartedly trying to suck up to others' cold butts. The doctor's snoring sound seemed to have gotten heavier. Ayo Faye heaved a heavy sigh. She leaned against the back of the sofa and looked at the ceiling. After a long silence, she slowly said, I know that's your dream, but we are only mortals after all. There are some things that we can't do, so let's give up. Letting go of yourself is also letting go of others. Back then, if you hadn't insisted on carrying out the launch test, that kind of thing wouldn't have happened. The snoring sound suddenly became lighter. Every time Louis asked me where my mother went, I didn't tell him the truth. Orphe looked at Dr. French's back and said bitterly, "What do you think I can tell him? Tell him that his mother, your student, my wife, because of my grandfather's arbitrary and stubborn decision, strongly insisted on launching an unstable rocket without obtaining all the safety data. In the end, it caused the entire—" "Forget it!" Orphe suddenly stood up. "Just keep sleeping in your own dream and don't wake up. Anyway, after so many years, I've already gotten used to it. But I beg you, what you research is your business. But you'd better not get involved in this whirlpool of power. You're not young anymore. If you want to retire, you can do so at any time. I'm going to take a shower. I have to go back later. There have been a lot of things recently." The president gave a strict order. Orphe walked upstairs. "The school is on holiday for 2 days. Louis is at home. If you have time, accompany him. If you don't have time, I'll ask Barbara to come over earlier. That's all. Good night." The sound of footsteps going upstairs gradually faded away. Only a wall lamp was left in the living room. He was curled up on the sofa like a homeless person on the street. Chapter 8:15. She could vaguely hear a painful groan. Caroline slowly opened her eyes and found herself sitting on the ground. The surroundings were dim and even a little stuffy. This was like a factory, a simple factory, transformed from a civilian house. There were a lot of beakers, test tubes, alcohol lamps, and the like. An unpleasant smell assailed her nose, like the smell of hospital disinfectant mixed with gasoline. Caroline woke up at once. She clearly saw that her ankles were tied with plastic tape. Her hands were tied behind her back at this time. Caroline struggled quickly, but her struggling body soon stopped, because her vision, once again, found something that frightened her. There was no doubt that she saw Arnaud. Arnaud was being hung up at this moment. He could only barely touch the ground with the tips of his feet when he stood on tiptoe. He lowered his head, his hair was scattered, his body was full of sweat, and there were visible bruises on his arms. Beside Arnaud, 2 men in fancy shirts were holding slender iron pipes in their hands. Caroline's breathing suddenly quickened. She knew that before she woke up, Arnaud had probably been beaten for a long time. Otherwise, Arnaud would not look so weak. I really don't know. I'm not Haley." Caroline could only vaguely hear Arnaud's voice, like a weak person who had been pressed under a collapsed building for several days and nights. A man grabbed Arnaud's hair at this time and sneered, "Twins? You're the younger brother? Are you kidding me? When you took the money from us before, why didn't you say that you have a younger brother and ask us to send him some money? Do you think you can fool us with a fake ID? Haley, are you an idiot? Even if you want to pretend to be another person, please go for plastic surgery first, okay? I've long known that you are an idiot with a brain problem, but I didn't expect you to be such an idiot." With that said, the man spat at Arnaud, turned around, and then slammed his elbow into Arnaud's chest. Caroline clearly saw that Arnaud spat out a mouthful of blood because of this impact. Arnaud was motionless, and his head hung down naturally. She didn't know if he had fainted or not. "Boss Boston," that woman woke up. Everyone looked at Caroline at the same time, and she subconsciously shrank her body. The man who seemed to be the boss, Boston, walked towards Caroline with a knife in his hand. The man squatted in front of Caroline and gently patted her cheek with the knife in his hand, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. However, she did not dare to speak, for fear of angering these vicious fellows. The boss's nose twitched slightly. Caroline knew very well what this action meant. The boss, Boston, might be a drug addict. Thinking of the tools and equipment placed in this place, Caroline, who had always lived in a chaotic place, already had some guesses in her heart. This might be, I'm afraid, a small workshop for making drugs. What's your relationship with him? The boss suddenly asked. I have nothing to do with him. I've known him for less than 3 days, Caroline said nervously. Boston nodded and suddenly retracted his hand holding the knife. Caroline subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, Boston suddenly stabbed with the knife. The tip of the knife brushed past Caroline's cheek and then nailed her to the wall behind her. Caroline was so frightened that her eyes widened, and she was so nervous that she didn't move. I'll ask you again. What's your relationship with Hailey? Where is he hiding? Boston's eyes widened. I don't know what he is. I really have nothing to do with him. Caroline was so frightened that she didn't hide anything. She almost directly told the whole story. Boston frowned and finally sneered. It's a waste that you two don't become screenwriters. However, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I admire you. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can check it out and ask. Caroline hurriedly said. The boss directly grabbed Caroline's hair, and the pulling feeling between her hair and her scalp made Caroline frown in pain. This Boston seemed to be in a very manic state, and his gaze became more and more fierce. He put the knife directly on Caroline's neck, and the sharp blade cut the skin on her neck. Caroline's breathing suddenly quickened. Listen, I don't have time to play tricks with you here. Boston grinned. You only have 2 paths. Obediently spit out all my goods, or let me chop you up and feed you to the dogs. I really don't know Hailey. I don't know anything. Caroline cried in horror. Why did she encounter so many things? Since that night when she followed Livia to Boss Neymar's villa, her life had been in a mess. She had escaped danger once, but why did danger come again? Don't know. The boss roared. He grabbed Caroline's arm and dragged her on the floor. I'll make sure you don't know how you died. He threw her out and then said fiercely, Chop her up? This woman knows our things. It's useless to keep her. I don't believe that Hailey will still be stubborn in the end. Humph! You dare to swallow my things. I'll make sure you have the life to take them, but not the life to spend them. The 2 men directly picked up the machete and walked to Caroline. Caroline curled up in fear. Her mind was in a mess, and she only hoped to survive. Facing the machetes of the 2 ferocious men, Caroline begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I'm really not lying. I didn't know Hailey before. I was even involved in a murder case because of him. The police want to arrest me. You can go and ask. The 2 men directly dragged Caroline outside, not listening to her at all. Caroline shouted frantically, Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I can give you money. I'll give you money. The 2 men had already dragged Caroline to the door and seemed to have no intention of stopping. But Caroline still didn't intend to give up. You just want money. You can't get anything by killing me, and you even killed people. Don't kill me, and I can still give you money. Do you want to get nothing? Wait. Boston suddenly shouted. He walked up to Caroline again, looked down at her, and sneered. How much can you pay for your own life? Caroline thought of the huge bank card she had, but the money had disappeared. She opened her mouth. 300,000. 300,000, that's a lot. The boss sneered and waved his hand. Wait. 500,000. 500,000. 1 million. 1 million. Caroline almost shouted out her limit. Her savings, the house in the slums, and all kinds of loans with high interest. Maybe 1 million was enough. But this was the limit she could gather. 2 million, you can buy your life. The boss directly doubled the price. This is the interest for you, snatching my things. I can let you go temporarily. 2 million. Impossible. Caroline retorted. Miss, are you going to bargain with me at this time? The boss suddenly smiled. Caroline finally gave up bargaining. She just wanted to get out of this danger as soon as possible. But I need some time. Boston warned, You'd better not play any tricks. With that, he waved his hand. You too, follow her to get the money. Come back immediately after you get the money. Get up, little girl. If you want to live, move quickly. Don't let us wait too long." The man with the machete directly covered Caroline. "Wait, you! What are you going to do to him?" Caroline looked at Arnold nervously at this time. Arnold raised his head with difficulty and looked at her with pleading eyes. His lips moved slightly as if to say, "Save him." Caroline quickly averted her gaze, not daring to look at Arnaud. She warned herself that Arnaud had nothing to do with her. "He has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. No relationship." Boston sneered and gave the answer. "I don't care if he is Haley or Haley's younger brother. In short, Haley swallowed my things. I don't believe in twins. As long as he doesn't spit it out, don't even think about leaving. Of course, you can redeem him if you want. Give me money. My goods are worth at least 8 million. I don't have that much." Caroline finally lowered her head and glanced at Arnold quietly. Arnold had already lowered his head and his face was ashen. Caroline didn't know how she got out of this place. When she came out, her eyes were covered with a black cloth. When the black cloth was untied, she was already on the street. But there were 2 more men beside her. They sandwiched her in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. One of the men even locked her with handcuffs. Their arms were handcuffed together and covered with a piece of clothing. They looked like a couple. Caroline knew that she couldn't chop them off. As long as she shouted on the street, the other man next to her could kill her in an extremely short time. Soon after, under the 2 men's hostage, Caroline returned to the slum where she was. Caroline once took the 2 men to her home by taking different routes, the stairs where the grocery store was located. But she didn't see the magical store. Only the old lady from the grocery store waved at her as a greeting. All the way back to Caroline's home. One of the men looked at Caroline's house and suddenly whistled. "It turns out to be a prostitute. No wonder you can buy your own life with money. It seems that you have earned a lot." With that said, he walked toward Caroline, reached out, and pinched her face. "There's still some time. Help me have some fun, okay?" Of course. Caroline wasn't afraid to let this person take her. In other words, if the problem could be solved with 1 shot, it wasn't a problem at all. If 1 shot couldn't solve it, then 2 shots. The key was that this wasn't a problem that could be solved with many shots. Don't waste time. Hurry up and get the money. The other man shook his head, but he didn't untie Caroline's handcuffs. "Okay, where is the money?" Caroline had to take the 2 men into her room and then took away a painting hanging on the wall of the room. There was a secret compartment carved out by hand. Caroline took out a bag from the secret compartment and opened it. She looked at the bills inside, which were old and new. She gritted her teeth and handed them over with trembling hands. "How much is here?" 387,300. Caroline timidly reported the exact number. 380,000. The man sneered. "Are you going to pay in installments?" I can sell this house. I can still borrow money. I know a lot of people who can borrow money. I can still give me a little more time. Please, give me a little more time." Caroline begged. The man suddenly went out to make a phone call. Not long after, he came back and said indifferently, "Boss said to take the money and get rid of this woman. 380,000 will be the fee for your hard work." "Understood. Wait, I can get a sum of money. I can really get it. Give me some time." Caroline said in horror, "If you kill me now, there will only be 380,000. But give me some time. I can give you enough. Really. Trust me. I don't want to die, so I will definitely think of a way, right?" The man made another phone call and soon had an answer. "Okay, I'll give you another chance, but you can only do it under our nose." Caroline nodded, then swallowed her saliva and took her phone from the man's hand. After unlocking it, she took out a card and asked the man to call the number on the card. Only when the call got through did she return it to her hand. "Hello, Lawyer Carlo? It's me, Caroline." Caroline looked nervously at the 2 men in front of her. then lowered her voice and continued to speak into the phone about Nia's house. I promise you, but I hope to make a move as soon as possible. And I want 2 million. Not long after, Caroline ended the call. How is it? The man looked at her coldly. Caroline said nervously. He said, no problem, but let's talk about it. Then what are you waiting for? The two men shrugged and carried Caroline out of the door. They smiled and said, Miss, from now on, we are your agents. Caroline was helpless and could only be at the mercy of the other party. After going downstairs, the three were surprised to see 2 policemen coming this way. The 2 men took Caroline to hide and watched the 2 police officers go straight upstairs. It seems that you really got into trouble. He looked at Caroline and frowned. Caroline said bitterly, I really didn't kill anyone. Why not? The other man had a smirk on his face and pinched Caroline's face. The number of people you killed is probably more than the population of the earth. This was a joke, but Caroline couldn't laugh at all. The train arrived at the station. Song Howren stepped out of the train door first with Luaccio, then turned around, opened his hand and smiled at Luaccio. Welcome to Sao Paulo. Then welcome to come again in a few hours. Luaccio responded casually. According to the schedule, they were going to the airport immediately and wouldn't stay for long. That's why I said, you really don't have a sense of humor. Song Howren shook his head. Later, Oni and the others will take you around here for a few hours before arriving at the airport. We will meet at the airport. Luaccio asked curiously, do you have anything else? Song Howren showed a mysterious smile, turned and walked into the crowd. Don't miss me too much. He walked away in a carefree manner. Mr. Luo, the car has been arranged. Luvia came out from the back of the carriage and went directly to Luaccio's side, whispering. Oni, on the other hand, was at the back and was looking around. Although he appeared frivolous, he was observing his surroundings. Not far away, a woman lowered her head and wore a hat to cover her face. She quickly left behind Oni. If someone were to look at her from the front, they would recognize that this woman was the flight attendant from not too long ago, gone home. Boss Luo acted as if he didn't see it and nodded to Luvia. You can arrange the route. I'll leave the rest to you, Miss Luvia. Please come with me. Luvia didn't say much and walked straight ahead, while Oni followed from behind. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, protected Luaccio in the middle. They gave off the feeling of bodyguards. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. On the left, a group of passengers who had just gotten off the train ran in horror. The crowd instantly charged toward Luaccio's group. Luvia and Oni moved quickly, one retreating while the other moved forward, protecting Luaccio. Their expressions became tense. What happened? Luaccio asked. Luvia shook her head and said, I don't know, but you can rest assured that it is not aimed at us. Maybe something unexpected happened over there. The charging crowd quickly dispersed, leaving a lot of empty space. Boss Luo, Luvia, and Oni were able to see the cause of the commotion. Not far away, at a place around 20 meters away, a man was grabbing another man and biting his neck. Blood sprayed out from the man's neck. The man who was bitten quickly pushed the other man away and fell to the ground in horror. As for the man who had bitten the other man, his body began trembling in a strange manner. He even issued out a roar. His body suddenly stiffened and his face contorted into an abnormally ferocious expression. He abruptly slammed into the door of the train. Then he bounced off and fell to the ground. However, he appeared to be fine. He quickly got up and put on an even crazier expression. Once again, he slammed into the door of the train. His mouth was filled with blood. His eyes rolled up and his movements were stiff. He roared, just like a zombie. At that moment, Luvia frowned, seemingly having figured something out. She quickly said, Tisk, another fellow who took zombie bath salts. Zombie bath salts? Boss Luo was stunned. Oni shrugged and said, It is a new type of central nervous system stimulant. It has only recently become popular. Those who have taken it will become abnormally excited. Then their actions will resemble those of the zombies in the movies. There, look at this man.